Evening, I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order at 7 o'clock. We'll have the roll call and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer, absent but on her way. Flintoff, present. Brazeau,
Present.
Noel, present. McLaughlin,
Present.
Riser,
Present.
we have quorum.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brings us to adoption of the agenda. And there are a couple of changes. First of all, I'd like to remove two items. Item G5, which is the Sheriff Services Contract and County Public Safety Mental Health Village Grant item. That's just not ready. Also the Industrial Development Districts is item H1, Industrial Development District presentation. That also the presenters have asked to have more time to prepare for that. So those two items, and then there's a error in the designation of item I1, which was brought to my attention today. Somehow it was designated as a discussion only item. It is actually a possible action item. Are there any other corrections, no, not corrections, changes to the agenda? Clerk Flintoff, sorry.
Sure. In addition to those two, I'd move that we remove G11, appointment of Jim Dries to the Compensation Commission. And also to move G12, adoption of the resolution to allow employee to purchase retirement service credits from consent to new business.
What is the reason, if I may ask, for removal of, or are you just removing it from the consent agenda?
Removing G11 altogether from tonight and moving G12 from consent to new business.
Well, yes. Could you explain your reason for wanting to remove item G11?
Absolutely. So we have one and soon two openings on the Compensation Commission, which is the body that determines our salaries. And they don't meet until at least June of 2023. So one, there's no urgency. Two, this is the last meeting prior to an elected trustee taking office. And so arguably we have one member sitting here who's potentially a lame duck. The Compensation Commission, being the body that recommends our salaries, is one where the appointments, I think, need to be very clearly done and should be done, both of them, in the same meeting. What we did before was actually solicit for applicants and then handled them at one meeting, which is what I recommend that this body does, instead of just kind of piecemeal putting these through, particularly at a meeting where we have 3 appointed trustees.
Trustee Noel.
Yeah, I would support that. I think it would be better to do a group at once and fill the 2 positions at that time.
Mm-hmm. He is a campaign contributor of yours. It's one appointment when there are 2 vacancies. It's tacky. So I think we shouldn't do it.
Oh my. Well, you know what? I am willing to move it to the next meeting rather than get into a debate about it. I think the reasoning for hesitating to move forward with it is, I don't agree with. I don't think it's worth getting into a big argument about. I think it's important for people to understand something that I actually didn't understand until I looked more closely at this state law regarding compensation commissions, and that is that just like the initial appointments, there's a deadline for filling vacancies. And so I think there actually is some urgency to filling this beyond when the Compensation Commission next meets. But we're already past that deadline. So, it doesn't really matter if we
Right.
wait until our next meeting. And it doesn't matter to me personally whether it's Trustee McLaughlin voting on it or Trustee-elect Carey voting on it. It's an appointment that we need to make. It was an issue that was actually raised, I believe, by the deputy clerk just recently, maybe a month ago, that we had some vacancies, and I'd been intending to sort of take care of them, which is what I'm trying to do tonight, begin to do tonight. If I could have brought another appointment for the other vacancy on the Compensation Commission tonight, I would have, but I wasn't prepared to do so. So maybe we'll be ready to do that at our next meeting.
Yeah, and what I might just suggest is that if you just put out a call for applicants with the, requisite, whatever kind of skills and abilities we're looking for, just so that people know.
Well, I appreciate that suggestion. But if there aren't any other changes to the agenda, I guess if we're going to move the G12 item to new business, it would be moved to be, because I think there is some urgency to it. What I would suggest is that we put it at the close to the top of new business. Why don't we put it at, put it as after item J3. Are there any other changes proposed to the agenda? Is someone prepared to move the agenda as changed?
So moved.
Support?
So moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the agenda is approved as changed. That brings us to communications to the Board of Trustees.
Very close.
All right. That brings us to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak? Those we hear first from those who are present in the room, and then we turn to those who are participating remotely. Each speaker has 3 minutes. Where's the timer?
Here it is, right here.
Trustee McLaughlin will be keeping time. Please proceed.
Kim Boyd, a Scio resident. In addressing the board this evening, I'm going to especially address Trustees Riser and Brazeau. Scio Township has big and small issues. I'm going to be talking about 2 small issues. As a business owner and an attorney, you know words have meaning. On the Township website, in this section labeled Township Employment Opportunities, you will find a job opportunity labeled Finance Director. When you click on the link, to investigate further, you are directed to a job posting page talking about an interim Finance Director position. This might be confusing to someone applying for the Finance Director position. Keeping with this theme, in the packet tonight, you will find agenda item J4, revision of personnel handbook. It was submitted by administrator. It reads recommendation, administrator recommends approval. We don't have an administrator. We have an interim administrator who has a long history of being an assessor. We had an absolutely amazing administrator that quit. Why? Well, I'm not sure, because there was never any board discussion into what the problems were so we don't make the same mistake again with the next administrator Scio hires. I hear some on this board say we have a bad reputation because of the clerk, which is keeping us from hiring a finance director. No, don't fall into that trap. The bigger red flag would be the resignation of Mr. Rowley, who knows everyone who is anyone in Michigan local governments. You don't think that potential candidates haven't checked out the local articles about Scio Township or tapped into the local government grapevine that says, stay out of Scio Township? You know that grapevine exists. Potential hires don't need to look any further than Mr. Rowley's resignation to say, no, thank you. Getting back to words matter. Even small actions can damage the credibility of this township government, especially when they are repeated over and over. Thank you.
Please don't make fun of my makeshift podium. I got tired of looking down. I'm gonna start now. Good evening, members of the board, Scio board. For the record, my name is Kathleen Brandt. I am a resident of Scio Township and live at 2534 Roseland Drive. Many of our local Scio residents have expressed concern and disappointment with financial issues for the past 2 years and major compliance issues. As a result of frustration, the residents formed a group called Scio Fiscally Concerned Residents. We are currently 94 members strong and not incorporated. Our mission is to seek compliance with current non-compliance issues that have resulted in state actions to withhold state funds. This also includes the year-end March 31st, 2022 audit reported by Plant Moran, currently on hold. Our current concerns are these. Number one, the Michigan Department of Treasury sent a notice of delinquency dated October 3rd, 2020. The letter demands a 30-day reply due on November the 2nd. Consequences for failure to comply with the department may include withholding from Scio state revenue sharing funds. The state has now informed the township that funds are being withheld in their November 4th, 2022 letter. Please reply to us and provide us a copy of your compliance. Number two, for the winter 2021 tax collection, the township reported it lost 30 checks in a deposit totaling roughly $130,000. The township stated the replacement checks were received from all 30 affected property owners. Please explain the effects of this event, including when, how, and the failure in its cash collections internal controls. Number three, I now turn to the Plant Moran letter dated September 19th, 2022, regarding the year-end March 31st, 2022 annual audit. The letter by partner David H. Halisek, thank you, clearly states that Plant Moran will contact the board when the audit is complete and significant findings are reported. We are requesting a reply by November the 29th, 2022 for the 3 items I just detailed. These are not all of the open items on our list of concerns. Our organized group will attend all future board meetings to assist in any way possible. The names of our members are confidential and not available to disclosure. If you need my contact information for replying to these 3, I'm happy to give it. Thank you, Kathleen Brandt, speaking for Scio Fiscally Concerned Residents.
I use your stand here?
Sure,
That's
please.
great. Good evening, my name is Bonnie Garishan. I live at 2430 East Delhi, Scio Township. I want to speak in favor of the proposed resolution, which would deny the request for a variance to build a Class B private road on the East Delhi easement. Since the private road was first proposed in the spring of 2021, my neighbors on East Delhi, Holden Drive, and North Wagner have vehemently opposed the construction. We've been before the Planning Commission and the board through public hearings to voice our objections, and we've written numerous letters detailing our specific concerns. We circulated a petition through moveon.org, received over 850 signatures opposing the road. We want to thank the board for listening to our concerns, making the site visits, and taking the time to research the issues to inform your positions. What was proposed is an 1,800-foot gravel Class B or C private road along an existing 2,300-foot easement, be constructed on an existing driveway for 1,000 feet, the new road down a steep slope for the additional 800 feet to a T turnaround. There'd be 500 feet left undeveloped to the end of the easement at Honey Creek. The road would service a total of 9 parcels. 3 have existing residents, 1 of which is mine. 3 parcels are undeveloped, and then the proposed 3 new residences. DTE uses the entire easement to service a 40,000-volt power line into Ann Arbor. Because of the steep slopes at the T turnaround, developer proposes to build permanent structures for erosion control, consisting of up to 7 feet of retaining walls to the north, 10 feet of fill to the east with 8% grades, and sediment retention basins to the east and south. On the west end, the road would cut off up to 22 feet of the existing residences' front yards. There are 3 large storm retention basins. The 66-foot wide easement would be essentially clear cut. 37 trees be removed, including 7 landmark oaks, 5 at East Delhi Road itself. Basically, the applicant wants to turn a simple country lane into a road like Holden Drive to support 3 new houses. Our main concerns are the applicant failed to meet the conditions of the Planning Commission's approval, particularly obtaining a private road agreement between all affected parties. All 6 parcels on the easement object to the road and refuse to pay maintenance. The road design exceeds the maximum grade and length requirements set forth in the private road ordinance, and no reason's been given to say you should grant a variance for that. The applicant does not have the legal right to use the easement. The prior owner of the applicant's property sold the land over which the easement was to run. He then tried to backtrack and put the easement on property he no longer owned.
Thank you.
There's a considerable environmental issues involved with constructing this road. They've all been discussed in prior communications to the board. For these reasons, we urge the board members to vote in favor of the model resolution denying their request for a variance. This road should not be built. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak?
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Trustee Reiser. Thank you for serving. A couple of items tonight. Number 1, I appreciate removing the sheriff's contract, at least especially from the consent agenda. When that item does come back before you all as a board, I would hope it would be a new business item, especially with the fiscal and public service impact that that item has. Really should be something that at least has the opportunity for discussion with its big impact. I do want to thank that Chief Hood on the consent agenda item, G4, he was able to secure a FEMA grant to pay for the vast majority of our costs for those physicals the firefighters need. So I think that's a job well done. That's an amazing thing. I also would encourage the board tonight to vote to move forward with J3, which is the PM gap implementation proposal for the fixed assets module. I have noticed things as I've gone through some of the township's records. For example, there was a capital improvement plan that was approved by the board back in 2020. Currently, the live version on the website says 2022 through 2028, when that has not been approved by the board. And some of the numbers have been changed from the original document. So having something where there's actual data and an audit trail where we can keep track of our fixed assets data and keep that accurate will help us all over the long run. Additionally, I would encourage the board to look at item J5 and schedule a meeting for our advice from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. We are working to finalize our proposal to you as well as our recommendations. So if we can schedule that meeting, that would be amazing. One last item, I do continue to encourage the board to file the audit as soon as possible. I do also encourage the board, even if not legally required, to hold a special meeting before filing the audit to allow citizens to at least review the documents and propose questions and concerns that may exist on that document, or if there are none at that time, to at least have the opportunity to review it before it's filed with the state. I do realize that you're waiting on Plan Moran to currently give you a copy of that audit back to you. Obviously keeping in close contact with them and making sure they're able to work as expeditiously as possible to complete that project would be ideal. Thank you, everyone.
Any additional speakers present?
Good evening, Alan Romano, Parkwood Condominiums. I sent a document in to you earlier, so you might have it on your computers. I'm here this evening to speak about the request of ours for the Planning Commission return, to return this 21-021 to the Planning Commission. Parkwood low-density residents have been coming to the township for 8 long months. Our brief purpose today is twofold. Number one is a thank you to trustees for hearing us and unanimously passing on October 25th, the resolution that will bring planner Doug Luan and Scio engineering vendor OHM before the Board of Trustees to speak formally to the PC return request. Parkwood will eagerly attend that future meeting. Number two, kind of a reacquaint old and new information that we presented over time. Many design changes have been proposed since the March 14th Planning Commission approval. Not to be forgotten, alongside the new are existing issues never addressed. The 5-acre min zoning ordinance, where we're looking for documentation to justify non-conformance. A wetland ordinance violation. And Carlisle Wortman site plan review, where recommendations are to be addressed. That was a document from April 26th. The evolving new design includes an expanded wetland, a powered sanitary sewer edging closer to Parkwood, and a large underground pipe network, new design, promoted as prevention for a future Parkwood flood event. All of the above and more are serious topics that comprise an untempered 35-unit proposal that deserves further Parkwood and township scrutiny. In summary, Parkwood has seen an overwhelming amount of change information since March 14th. And as laymen, we do not have a staff of engineers to delve into and fully explain this material. In general, our residents have only a minimal grasp of what is evolving. For the benefit of both Parkwood and Scio, we respectfully ask trustees to purposefully return site plan 21-021 to the Planning Commission for further review. In our enduring message, this extremely high density proposal is not in the spirit of the Scio master plan, which is 35 units on less than 4 buildable acres. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak?
Good evening, I'm Joel Doty from 465 Woodgrove Drive. Thank you for listening to us. For the residents have been coming forward for some time about SP 21-021 Outbreak Road. The residents are concerned about stormwater, wetland intrusion, privacy, and design not aligned with the master plan. I advocate with my partner Alan Urbano here, our fellow resident, for moving the site plan back to the Planning Commission for detailed inspection because of the changes that have been made. The wetland has been expanded. It kind of has grown, which is a little bit of a surprise. Stormwater overflow basin has been established to send overflow water to the U of M lake behind Parkwood, which includes the people that are in the floodplain, which when water is overflowing from that basin, it's probably coming at the worst possible time in the floodplain. Additionally, there's a new sewer connection on Zeeb Road that has changed. And it would be wise for the Planning Commission to consider reducing the carbon footprint as density and walking the walk of the master plan by preserving open space and preserve the natural habitats. Appreciate your interest and your time. Thank you.
Else present who would like to speak?
I applaud those who can think on their feet. I need the microphone. Someone told me I speak too softly. I don't know who that would be. So it's come to my attention that public comments are not always clearly heard or recorded by residents attending on Zoom because of papers being shuffled or crinkled by board members who move on to other tasks while residents are in attendance or speaking. So for this reason, I respectfully ask those board members to please mute your microphones during public comments. Thank you. Thank you. At the last board meeting, I spoke of the wasteful spending by having an attorney in attendance for every hour of every Board of Trustees meeting. Since then, Attorney Michael Homier of Foster Swift has also been in attendance at the last Road Advisory Committee meeting. He is now scheduled to attend their meeting tomorrow night as well. What is going on and who is authorizing his attendance at these meetings? To date, Mr. Homier's services are costing Scio Township well over $107,000 and still accumulating. This wasteful spending of Scio Township residents' hard-earned tax money must stop. If you can actually justify the need for an additional attorney for Scio Township, then we believe you should start soliciting bids for potential law firms for Scio Township without delay. This practice of wasteful spending also carries over to the wages of Scio Township's interim administrator. Mr. Murdy is being paid $70 an hour for a part-time position that Mr. Hathaway initially told the board would be limited to 2 days a week. But according to the FOIA results I received last month, the employment agreement states the interim administrator will be expected to work 20 to 32 hours per week. However, the earnings report included in the FOIA shows Mr. Murdy is working between 35 and 45 hours a week with a total average to, with the total wages as of October 14th of $54,565 in wages. Not bad for a part-time job over a 5-month period. And at that rate, Mr. Murdy is projected to earn at least $130,000 for a year. So now I ask the board, where is the incentive for Mr. Murdy, our interim administrator, to follow through with his task to do a swift and thorough search for a full-time administrator or manager for Scio Township when he is already being overpaid to do less than required of a highly educated, highly qualified manager or administrator? How much longer will this board tolerate the lack of action on the part of Mr. Murdy to fulfill his job of finding a full-time employee to fill the position of administrator or township manager? Thank you. Every time gets so close before.
Anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, is there anyone
I have
participating? remotely?
Jonathan Greenberg would like to speak.
Hi, thanks. This is Jonathan Greenberg, 6250 Park Road. I'm nervous tonight with all the new BOT members around. I feel like a freshman at senior prom, but I'm glad to have you guys here. Over the last couple of weeks, I've attended a number of meetings, the BOT and other committee meetings, and I've been listening to this practice that I would respectfully ask for you all to eliminate from your day-to-day these meetings. I'm referring to meeting leadership, referring to me and others as the audience. It's not clear to me if those using the term think they're performing or if they're royalty, but in either case, it's an inappropriate description. We are residents. Residents have rights that many are not even aware of because the leadership values many of the backroom deals over empowering residents. Goodbye, Mr. McLaughlin. Your servitude to our township will be easily remembered because it's pretty much the exact same as Will's. You voted with him every time except once when you didn't understand what you were voting for and voted before him. Welcome, Jillian Carrion. Your dedication to the residents of Scio Township is finally being realized, and your knowledgeable leadership can offer some relief to residents. Long suffering from party barns, poor financial investments and practices, extremely dense housing projects and wetlands, lack of enforcement of tree cutting, ongoing violations of the Open Meetings Act, ongoing persecution of the clerk because of some reason I'm not really clear. Her haircut, maybe? I'm naive, I really don't know, but also giving a heads up to the special deals to developers and leadership being more interested in their pet projects than any of the residents living here. 4 trustees our supervisor endorsed have now resigned or were voted out. We've been fortunate new members of our community have joined, and they seem very professional and have real leadership skills and legal skills and can put together a spreadsheet. Perhaps we can reduce our reliance on Will's private hired attorney, and we could probably do a Google search. Oh, no. Oh, I'm encouraging the community to do a Google search on this particular attorney. He does not have a great background to be proud of. Mark, this is the part in response to your ask for our cooperation going forward. I just want to be clear, none of us supported 15-minute disruptions of a meeting, regardless of who it helped. But many of us have been complaining because demands for transparency have traditionally been met with hostile, non-transparent game playing. And it's the worst I've seen in my entire life. And I spent 24 years at the university. Onward, Board of Trustees. I'm looking forward to the next 2 years.
See, we have Jeff Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. Jeff Jackson, 4910 Dexter and Arbor Road. As someone working diligently to improve sustainability in our township, I'd like to make a brief public service announcement on that topic. In 2015, I received a grant from the nonprofit Cand-Aid Foundation that allowed me to begin providing zero waste services at local running events. Today, that foundation reminded me that November 15th is National Recycling Day and asked me to sign a pledge to move from single-use items to reusables where possible. I did so, and I'd like to encourage all of you to also move to reuse. For example, instead of using the plastic bags at the supermarket, bring your own cloth bags. At our wonderful local coffee shops, bring a reusable cup instead of a single-use disposable cup and lid. And please decline disposable utensils and straws where you can. If everyone made just a few simple lifestyle changes, the cumulative effect would be enormous, and our township and the world at large would be that much cleaner and more sustainable. Thank you.
I have a Paula G.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm Paula Gloverson, 30-year resident of Scio Township. Anyway, I am wondering about Jim Dries and why his choice. I missed the very beginning for him being on the compensation committee. I work with him only because of Kathy Knoll and Jean King when they wanted to take the polo fields, Country French, Arbor Point, and the I don't like to call it a trailer park, but the homes down on Jackson. So because we didn't have enough CEUs to have business be able to hook up down Jackson Road. And that was, first off, the technology was terrible, but commenting on Jim Dree's behavior, he tried to block me, and only because of Gene King was I able, before I went to work, to come in, I believe it was on Wednesdays. And at the time, he was also working for Ann Arbor, which I found a conflict of interest, but he was very rude to me. I didn't feel like he wanted any citizens to be involved and know about the problems and why this was going to be happening. So I really don't relish the idea of him being on any compensation committee or any committee in the township. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
And Ian Reach. Ian, you are still muted.
There, how about now?
Can hear you now.
Thank you very much. My name is Ian J. Reach. I'm an attorney representing Christian and Corey Hall, who reside at 2500 East Delhi Road. And I'd like to address the East Delhi private road variance request. I can't possibly equal the prior woman who had so much detail about this project. I would just like to add two more things. The easement is actually created in the Atwell Hicks drawings, and the Holden Road maintenance agreement really says nothing else about it other than it's 66 feet wide and it runs across the bottom of those parcels A through J. It's a private easement that's addressed in Holden and not a public easement. There was no reservation of that easement by the grantor, and that's fairly significant. In your materials, I noticed that when the Planning Commission approved this, item 5 required the township attorney to provide an opinion that verifies the applicant's right to improve the existing access easement prior to submission. And to my knowledge, I don't believe that's happened yet. And so I would also ask for you to vote for that ordinance, which would deny the variance request simply because that last element that was requested by the Planning Commission has never been fulfilled. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a Joe Pattinson.
That's probably Rob Pattinson.
Thank you. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township. I would like to thank Interim Administrator Murdy for taking on the role of Finance Director. The new consultant, Manor Consturisan, reports almost exclusively to him. Since we're paying IA Murdy $70 an hour, this is a bargain for the township. I look forward to all of the reports Finance Director Murdy will generate with this new responsibility. Speaking of sarcasm, I noticed IA Murdy's report that he claims the lawsuit from the clerk hindered our ability to hire a finance director. Then he goes on to label the supervisor's sabotage of efforts to hire a finance director as, quote, internal conflicts, unquote. At least that imbalance in reporting the truth of what has been happening is consistent. Speaking of slow walking the hiring process, no matter what the conflicts on this board are, we've needed finance department staff to support our manager and future director. We've needed that staff for 2 years. Why hasn't anything been done to resolve that need? There has been exactly 0 support staff for over 2 years. Please do something, anything to help the finance department. The last several years, Scio Township has depended on a few key consultants exclusively. This no-bid policy is severely irresponsible. Since we're coming to the end of the year, I suggest the township put together a plan to seek bids from a wider group. Even if you accept bids of the long-serving consultants, you will get better and more economical service. Competition improves quality. So far in 2022, we have paid $107,108.58 to Mike Homier and Foster Swift. At last week's Roads Advisory Committee meeting, several residents voiced concerns about the SAD process. TA Homier was there to answer questions. I was disappointed but not surprised that his very first response was to scoff at residents voicing their quote, perceived insights, unquote, when what those residents were actually doing was voicing concerns and looking for answers and honest advice. Once again, TA Homier has proven he does not have the temperament to assist the township to heal and move forward in a positive direction. Using the supervisor's private attorney for all of the township's legal needs does not serve this community. We used to have a local counselor for Scio Township. His name is Jim Fink. Please consider returning to him for your future legal advice. On a completely different tack, thank you, Trustee Pruzeau, for your detailed and thoughtful responses to David Reed and Kathleen Brandt. That is a welcome change, and you continue to be a breath of fresh air on this board. In tonight's agenda packet, there was a check written to Varsity Ford for $51,299.64. We understand this is a pre-approved purchase. Please tell us what program this vehicle is for. Thank you.
And that is it.
In that case, we'll proceed to approval of the
Well, I
minutes.
just want to respond to a couple of things.
Oh, all right, please. Clerk Flintoff.
Rob Pattinson, that expenditure was for the Parks and Pathways truck, pre-approved Fund 208. And just one comment to follow up from Ryan Yapel's comment about the roughly $6 million sheriff's contract. I agree, we should have it come back as new business, but I'd actually propose that Chief Hood, Trustee Reiser and I form a team to look at it and try to negotiate as much as we can with the sheriff's department. It's always a very lopsided negotiation. It's our biggest general fund expense. There's implications for the fire department with the dispatch role and the dispatch costs that are baked into our patrol fees. And also we do provide them the substation. So that would be my suggestion for us to move forward and then come back with the best proposal we can.
Can I make one comment? Is it okay? So just to comment in general, as you know, I've been relatively quiet here trying to ingest all the data points that you guys have shared with us over the last 4 meetings that I've been with. We are in the midst of creating a 2023 plan that we as a team are going to have a working session and then present at the next board meeting that I think addresses literally every concern that we've heard thus, or most all concerns that we've heard at this meeting today. So as a group, we're going to have a decisive action plan how to mitigate or address those issues. That's coming on the 13th meeting is the current plan.
Thank you. Let's proceed now to approval of the minutes. The first set of minutes that we have tonight to review is for a regular meeting on October 25th. So we'll proceed through page by page. Are there any corrections to page 1? Any corrections to page 2? Corrections to page 3. Corrections to page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. On page 8, I noticed that Trustee McLaughlin's name was misspelled
I'm
in
sorry,
2 different places.
I'll check, do a word check for that. Apologies, Patrick.
Page 9. Page 10. On page 11, I think at the bottom under J1, it makes more sense to say that Jeff Jackson and John Reiser emerged as the finalists.
Got it.
Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. If there are no further corrections, is someone prepared to move the minutes as corrected? Moved by McLaughlin. Support by Noel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those minutes are approved as corrected. The next set of minutes is for our special meeting of November 1. Are there any corrections to page 1? On page 2, I think the underneath public hearings, under the first bullet point, I think the word "are" is better than the word "were" levied. In terms of making sense of the sentence. Page 3. Page 4, under public hearing, Daleview Drive, SAD should be all caps. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. At the top, there's in the second bullet point, it seems like there's an unfinished thought there, and from John Reiser, it says any costs charged to the SAD should be based. And I'm not sure what the next words were.
I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah.
I'll finish that sentence.
I said on what they actually are.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
something to that
It
effect.
seemed like that's where you were headed, but I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Page 11,
Hold on there.
page 12. On page 13, near the top of the page, it says, after a discussion, it appeared the board unanimously supported funding 90% of the Marshall Road cost. I think it makes more sense to put the word increase after cost.
But it was that's fine. I just want to be clear that it was 100% of the Marshall Road improvements. But yeah, 90% of the increase, which benefited Marshall Road.
Right.
Something to that effect.
Well, it already says Marshall Road cost. And then on page 14, I think there was a response after the clerk's statement regarding the cost of the driveway. And my recollection was that Trustee Reiser and Trustee Brazeau objected that there was no benefit to the Mackenzie parcel from the driveway apron work.
So you'd like it to say Hathaway, Reiser,
And Brazeau objected that there was no benefit to the Mackenzie parcel from the driveway apron work. That's my recollection. If you guys remember
I'm trying to think
differently.
if we object or if we question whether there was or wasn't. The record will speak for itself when you.
I can go
Play
back
it.
to the transcript.
Yeah, I don't
Is that
have
okay with you two if I go back and add in whatever was actually said?
Yeah, if you quote us, if you quote me, that.
You can't object to
I
that.
live with it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then page 15, at the bottom towards the bottom of the page, there's a long paragraph, when the neighborhood was trying to decide on scope of work. There's 2 extra words in the last sentence. It should just be said, should say vulnerable to damage
Oh,
when the
yeah,
shoulders
got it.
weren't reconstituted. And page 16, any corrections? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move the minutes as corrected?
So moved.
Moved by Reiser,
Second.
support by Brazeau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those minutes are approved as corrected. That brings us to the consent agenda. as modified. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda? Trustee Noel. Second by trustee Brazeau. And on this, because it includes the payment of the bills, we will need a roll call vote.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazeau,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
consent agenda adopted.
This brings us to reports and presentations. We have removed H1, so we will begin with H2, which is regular reports from the supervisor, treasurer, clerk, administrator, and committees. I believe we'll start with the administrator.
See, the first thing I'd like to mention is that I've got an update from Plant Moran. I called and talked to Dave Helisek just to find out where we stand with the completion of their audit and the preparation of the draft year-end report. His target is early next week. He said either Monday or Tuesday. Don't hold him to it. I know that there was an open item that kind of cropped up at the last minute, which I think is being resolved now. So his target is early next week. And yes.
Question on the audit. It looked today that there were 6 open items. Had that,
Well, that's brand new then, if from the other day.
okay, yeah, it had been updated as of yesterday that there was still 6 open items.
And they're still working through some things and questions arise.
Yeah, things that we owe them,
Mhm, right.
information we owe
Right.
them.
And everybody's working very hard to get those back to them immediately so that we don't hold that process up. The one open item that Dave mentioned, it probably wasn't going to hold them up. But it was still had to be, I guess, clarified for their report.
Yeah,
Regarding the finance director, I think I mentioned at the last meeting that having exhausted through at least the 2 headhunter organizations that we were working with, we had not had any success. As far as I know, and I heard some public comment talk about, I think, a link to Amy Sell's site where it talked about an interim finance director. She hasn't had any responses whatsoever to that interim role. She has suggested a past as a possibility. One of the applicants, which I think he dropped out pretty early on and then has said perhaps he may be available once again. In any event, I've had conversations with a company, an accounting firm called Maynard Casterison, and that I had to ask them what the proper way to pronounce their name it is. It's as though it was M-A-Y, but it's Maynard Casterison. And I've asked them I asked them to put together a proposal or a letter of engagement with some more or less some standard, I guess they're a standard scope of work based on what they felt we need. I didn't want to get too deep into what we think we need, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to consider them to be as though they're an acting finance director. I want them to come in and analyze the organization, at least the financial portion of it, and tell and advise us what we need to do. And obviously we have things that need to be done fairly quickly. And they are well aware that we have this CBTRS that has to be done by December 1st. And if the board approves this letter of engagement, that's the very first thing that I will contract them to do. This is something that's required before December 1st, and it has to do with, I see you. apparently you actually do lose permanently some money if you don't have that by December 1st.
Can you explain CBTRS?
This is not a time for questions from the
Can
audience.
you make it more clear to the audience what you're regarding, what you're talking about? Okay, thanks.
The, yes, I will do that. So in any event, this is probably the very first thing that I will ask them to do is to make sure that we are squared away on that before December 1st, before we do not start losing any permanent money. Anything that's lost as a result of the audit being late or the F-65 report, which is also required, we will eventually get that money once we do file these reports with the state. But apparently I was not aware of this until this week, that we do in fact lose permanently anything if we don't have those particular things resolved. Okay, the CBTRS, CBT stands for City, Village, Township. The RS, quite frankly, I don't know, but it has to do with having things on your website.
Revenue sharing.
The revenue sharing and all these things that are more or less for public disclosure. That was my understanding. Yes.
Yes. When we get to the Manor Custodian proposal, I'll have more questions. But it wasn't clear to me that the CVTRS was even in that scope. I will say that's something that's pretty easy to do, and we've done every year. I've worked on it, Sandy's worked on it, Rebecca's, it's a spreadsheet.
So you could do without a consultant, is what you're saying?
Yes, and it's also something.
It's possible that we could do that, but
Well, we
we're
have
also
every
getting
year.
very late into the.
Well, you can get it done by 12/1.
Yeah, the question I would have, I mean, so it's, I guess what I would need to know, Jim, because when I read through the guidance from Treasury there on the CVTRS, that report is dependent on some of what comes out of the audit.
I was assured that we could actually comply with.
Treasury?
No, with Maynard Casterison.
Okay, I would like to verify that, because when I got guidance from Treasury, because I got the notification for the CVTRS a few weeks ago, went through it. It relies on some data points. So we can talk about this offline, but I would just share that it's not a big deal. A lot of companies try to sell you like the nice pie charts and graphs, which I would love to have, but not a priority right now. So we can do it in Excel.
Well, this, at least the person who would be doing it that I spoke with, he said he has a lot of clients and they're pushing right now. So he's very busy. And if we wanted to use him, we would have to let him know right
Yeah,
away.
it just seems like
to-
a very junior
To
thing to
fit
hire
him,
somebody
I
for.
think this was a fairly junior person I was
Yeah,
speaking
it sounds
with.
like it.
But it was something that has to be done, and we may or may not have the internal resources to be able to get it done by December 1st. So I wanted to, certainly that would be one of the very first things that I would propose that they do,
Yeah, I mean,
unless
something-
we feel as though we can do that internally.
I'm sure we could. I could.
So, okay. Yes, I'm
I don't
sorry,
want to
John.
interrupt you. I was going to ask some questions, but I don't want to let you do your presentation because.
Well, this was,
My
I'm moving on
question
to
is-
another topic, so if you have something concerning this, I'll be happy to.
Yes, so Plant Moran said what's going to be due early next week?
This would be basically the audit report and the draft of the year-end financial report.
The draft financials.
I'm asking him, but so their draft of the audit is going to be done, or their audit's going to be, here's your audit, it's done.
No, at this point, it's a draft.
Financials.
Okay, and then after the draft is done, then what has to happen with it?
There are several things that happen. We schedule, we review it. We would get together, I would get together with the three officers.
Okay.
And go over this. We would then schedule it's called an audit management meeting, which, and clearly you can only have 3 board members at any one of these particular meetings.
For the OMAs, so we get a draft, you folks get together, you say, yes, that's right, no, that's right, change this, tweak this, that doesn't look right here. Is that correct?
And we'll have our finance staff as well. involved in this to be the ones that actually worked.
And
To
that'll be
prepare
with,
some of this.
that'll be with Plant Moran?
Yes. Mhm.
And then what?
Well, then hopefully we'll be able to prepare the F-65 internally.
That's my next that's
Right.
4 questions from now.
Okay.
Then what happens? Then what happens with the audit after you folks have agreed on the one thing you agree on this year, on this audit?
Then we essentially agree on what you'd call a final financial report and audit. So everybody's had an opportunity to look at it and make the people that helped prepare it internally would have a chance to review the 3
Their
officers.
audit, their audit. So what if there's not accord on, I think this should be this, I think this should be this, at some point?
Right, that's what we would resolve, I believe, at the management meeting.
Okay, so at some point, you just, it has to be completed by them, correct? It's their audit, correct?
Well, it's really our audit, but
Well,
it's.
I think a CPA signs it.
If I sign an opinion.
Yeah, right. So at some point, we get an audit from them, correct?
We also have to have somebody internal sign it as well.
I agree. So, but they will give us their end product, correct?
That's correct.
And then what happens with that? And I'm gonna segue to the state forms.
Ultimately, usually that gets filed along with the F-65 to Treasury.
And is the F-65 anything more than a transmittal document, or is the F-65 also contain data and need entry and tweaking?
Yes, it contains data from the year-end financial report.
Has the preparation of the F-65 commenced, or is that something that can't be done until we finalize the audit?
Right, we cannot do that because there's a lot of, and this is, as I say, I'm not an accountant, but this is what I'm told is that there's a lot of cutting and paste, copying and pasting from the financial report into the F-65.
And how long did Plant Moran give you some sense of how long they anticipate the creation of the F-65 is going to take, whether that's hours or days or weeks?
Well, that would be done internally.
So we do it, they don't?
We would do that based on the year-end financial report.
And they don't help us, they do it, we do that?
They probably would if we asked, but
So
we've always
let me
done
ask you a
that.
question. Let's say you get this thing done by Wednesday next week. Okay, you get your draft by Wednesday next week. I understand you're gonna have to go through some cycles, get it, got it. What is the deadline date? Like, hey, we're all striving to get it done by.
Well, we are past the deadline.
I understand. What's our deadline? Given all the circumstance, what's the deadline date? So on Wednesday, when we get this draft, we're gonna say, okay, guys, we're gonna have this done by Friday. We're gonna have this done by next Wednesday. What's the?
Well, given the holiday, I would say it's likely not gonna be done by Friday.
I'm just being facetious on a date. What is are we setting a date?
Because we have to then schedule meetings where we can get everybody.
I understand all
You
that.
mean
But what
BOT?
is-
I'm sorry,
BOT.
the BOT can come at any time.
Yeah, we don't have to have a meeting of the Board of Trustees to.
The Board of
file-
Trustees, and in fact, ultimately, we would like to get this report filed with the state and then have the auditors come in and basically present it to the entire Board of Trustees.
But knowing that you're gonna get it, I feel like I'm trying to nail down Jello here, okay? Knowing that you're gonna get it by Wednesday, right, the draft, let's assume by Wednesday, how many days, once you get the draft, how many days should we expect? There's gonna be, I understand there's cycles and there's a variable here, but everybody can strive for a date. We're gonna go, sure, kill it by this date.
Because,
Can we say December 1st?
well, but don't we need, well, then that's the CVTRS. If we don't have it filed by a certain deadline, then we lose real money.
That's
Right.
not contingent.
And that's not contingent on the audit.
Okay, then that's something different.
Yes.
That's what I'm learning right now from Jim.
Well, that's why we're
Yeah.
here.
This is what the professionals have told me.
So the CVTRS, like a Cadillac, the CVTRS, do we need to get information from the audit or the F-65 that has to be part of that?
No.
There's no nexus linkage between?
What I was
those two?
advised by the professionals that can be actually done independent of the results and of the audit and the financial statement.
I'll
So-
verify that.
So I guess because losing revenue sharing temporarily is embarrassing. Permanently, is shame on us. So it's temporarily.
You bet.
But so what do we do? What assurances do we, how do we track that? How does the board track that? That we're on.
That we're on track to doing it? Well, as
Yeah.
well, as I mentioned, if the board approves this letter of engagement, that's the first phone call I'm going to make
So I'm
tomorrow.
gonna text you every day. Anything new on the CBTRS? I'll start.
And honestly, it takes it off of our plate and we just hire somebody to do it.
When, like, do you know what steps have to be taken? Is there something I can do to help or people here can do to help to get it done?
Hold on.
Can I correct a couple
She claims
things?
she could do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and can I want to share a couple things, this is Jim, just to fill in some processes, because I disagree with the steps that you've described on the audit, and I just want everybody to be clear here. So right now, there are 6 outstanding open items that we owe the auditor as of today.
Yep.
Big, small, we can characterize them how we want, we owe the auditor information. They are fitting us in as they can because the big team, said we'd be ready in May. We're not. They're working with other
We're past
clients. Right, but what I'm saying is they're not at our beck and call. They're available in fits and starts for us because they have so many other clients. So once they have all the information, they will give us draft financials, our draft financial statements. The draft financial statements are ours and we own them. And that's why back in May, I brought to the board and the board agreed to hire Nick Armalagos as a CPA to represent us and represent our financials once we had them. Because a problem we've had in the past here was last year, we didn't have somebody unconflicted, because Sandy's in the treasury position, who is a CPA who could really stand by them. So Nick's been waiting for the draft financials. They'll be there at the management meeting, help us work everything out, facilitate it. The management meeting, it's typically with the 3 officers. I think we should, somehow in compliance with the OMA, this board needs to get up to speed because that's where they give the real skinny of what the issues are. And then after that, they take it back and they come up with an audit report and a letter. There's 2 things that the auditor produces for us. We come up with the MD&A, the management discussion and analysis. So John, you asked about where does there need to be consensus. The MD&A is one. And then if the auditors have findings, which they have told us they will, there's also an opportunity for us to attach a letter, not quite a corrective action plan, but a letter responding to how we're going to deal with things, which I would encourage us to do, to be proactive. The auditors submit the audit to Treasury, and they also submit what's called an audit procedures report or something. And out of that, then Treasury will come back and tell us an additional report we need to submit. The F-65, we can do, I think it takes about a day or 2 internally, but only after the audit's done. So I think that what could slow us down the most is if we don't, I wish we had a audit committee, or if a couple of us could be tasked from the board to be sort of the strike force to kind of make some decisions and get it done, would be one way we could speed it up. The second way we could speed it up is to get these open items to Plant Moran.
Okay, makes complete sense. So agree, we gotta get these 6 items. Let's strive to make sure we can get those by Monday. I would, or even this end of this week. Is that reasonable? Knowing if you know what the items are?
Yeah, well, they're pending, Jim, they were a lot of the outstanding pending back and forth conversations.
This is just data, it's type of data, right?
Well, some are.
And a lot of them were just, they couldn't find the data that in the reports that they had already received.
Like the pilot issue and some of those.
Right, there were just questions that needed to be answered.
So again, I understand there's variables. I get that, right? Everybody who's in because I think there's always variables. But we always want to at least start with a goal, some kind of date. Say, look, we're gonna at least strive, knowing that there's variables, knowing we got to go back and forth, knowing all these things. Can we say, hey, look, right now the target, until otherwise, let's set a target date of December 15th. I'm just pulling a date here. And say, let's at least make that our goal.
I think that would be
and try and work right, because
I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, there you go. Some kind of impetus to get.
I'm just trying to
something
be-
done, or things just drag out. If you don't
I'm
set a
just trying to
date-
be realistic.
Understood, but if you never set a date, things just tend to just drag, right? So, all right, so we'll say December 15th. Right now, it's a target date. No later than, and if we start missing that date because of X, Y, and Z reason, we'll change that date.
Don't we meet again on Tuesday, the 13th?
We do.
Wouldn't that be a better date? Or the 12th, so we can all smoke a cigar in City Hall about the filing of our audit finally, or, I'm just kidding on that, fire chief. But I mean, couldn't we have an update by the 13th?
Sure. I think that's, I don't see any problem with that.
Okay.
The 15th, 13th, either one, I would be disappointed if we couldn't do it by then.
Okay, and we'll be disappointed too. So
Yes,
so you know.
we'll share our disappointment.
Okay.
And then the CBTRS with respect to revenue loss, that's gonna happen, that's gotta happen. When does that have to happen?
December 1.
Basically, the rest of this week.
Jim is saying December 1. I thought that it could not happen till after the audit, but if we go with yours.
This is what I was told.
Okay.
I'm not an expert, but I assume the
Can
folks
you
at
guys
Maynard.
report back in the next day or something? Can you give us an update on that, or?
Yeah, I'm just going from what I've read from Treasury.
Right, this is just what I was told by Maynard Casteris.
And then if it comes to pass that we need the audit or the F-65 in order to do the CBTRS, do we speed up the audit, or do we just be prepared to lose money?
John, you know what is, Wendy's waiting.
Okay,
I mean, so
okay,
Jimmy
all
guessed,
right.
but I would, you could.
But do you think it's part of it, or?
Yeah, I do. But I can go back and read. Jim's obviously got a
Just
different
let's just-
opinion.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
validate that that's all true. I think it's all yours, John saying.
As I said, the gentleman from Maynard Casterison wanted to know if he wanted to start yesterday. And I said, well, we don't have approval for any a business relationship yet.
So what's the?
So he was prepared to start or,
Okay, all right, I'll stand down.
I'm good with that. I mean,
Okay.
maybe have
It's
the
fine. I mean,
conversation with.
if you all actually, back me up and give me the responsibility to do something, I will do it. What has been frustrating has been, this back and forth of, the slow stepping and the this and this and this and this, and it's been much slower and more complicated than needed.
Okay,
So if
well,
you want me to be responsible for something,
I
just
do.
tell me.
I do, 100%.
For which part of it?
With CBTRS.
Okay,
Get it done by December 1.
okay.
Awesome.
and I'll back you up on that.
Okay, great. Next, what else do we need to talk about?
Okay.
Anything you need, we want to make sure
No,
that you get
it's
it.
not a big deal. I got it.
Nope, I will tell Maynard that we got it covered.
You got it covered.
Perfect. Just very quickly, the budget, we've scheduled some one-on-one sessions with department heads, or I call them partners. They're not all department heads, but partners in the preparation of the budget, each one having a certain segment or a portion of the budget to prepare. So we're gonna have a one-on-one meeting just to explain how this is gonna operate and to let, one thing that's happened in the past, I don't know if we've had as much of an interactive process, but I certainly want to encourage everybody to come back and work together when they have questions about their particular portion, that they can come back to our finance staff and have those questions answered so that we can have this budget done in a much more efficient and timely fashion.
Do you have target dates for a preliminary budget and then
We
a
do.
final budget?
We do, and we have a budget and finance committee meeting on Thursday, which we will maybe I've put together.
Top secret, or can you share?
No, I can, but I hesitate to do it because that's what the function of the committee is.
No, when do you anticipate having
We will
a
have
look-see?
right, we hope to have a working session of the Board of Trustees. One of the first, during the first half of February, where the entire board gets a crack at the draft
Draft in
budget.
early Feb?
Early February,
And then when you when you want to do a final and when does the year start?
and we would like to have a public hearing,
I know,
a public hearing on that, which is required at the first meeting of March,
okay.
and then the budget approved at the second meeting of March.
So
That's
final-
the
final
ultimate
in
target.
March.
Yep.
And then when will it start?
Budget?
Okay,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, April 1st is when the fiscal year begins,
okay,
and that would then take effect.
thank you.
Okay?
Jim?
Yeah.
On the budget? Again, I know I said this 3 weeks ago, but I'll say it again. We need a process approved by the board. It can just be just what you said out loud, adopted if it's as simple as that. But we had a very robust process 2 years ago and little better the year before, cut short by COVID. Last year was the toughest process. And a couple things. One, first and foremost, department heads need revenue projections. They need to know what revenue they're working with. So I'm wondering about the status of that. Two, I want to know what the department head's request was when it comes to the board. Department head request, any changes by you and Sandy, and then the board recommendation. Because last time we just got what was filtered and curated by the staff and not what the department head was asking. So I don't want to repeat that. And three, we need to make sure that the authorized positions are part of this year's budget process, because last year that got thrown out at the last minute, as did the cost allocation plan.
This would be part of the budget. If you have an employee that you want in your department, then you should make sure that it's properly budgeted for.
With the authorized positions, yes. So I just don't want to lose all the progress that we made a couple years ago.
And maybe you can correct me, where does it state that the board has to approve the process of the budget?
Nowhere, it's just a best practice that
Okay,
everyone
well,
does.
you've stated it as though this is what has to happen.
Well, it's what's normal.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
standard.
very normal.
In my world, I'd say, department, you've got a budget. You decide how you're gonna spend that budget. And then I say, all right, great, tell me what my results are gonna be. If I
Yeah.
give you this money, you're gonna do this. What's the Scio benefit? That's how it should work.
Yeah.
So I'm not here, we should never dictate, for example, what the fire department's gonna do. That's, they're the experts. They decide
I'm
that.
talking about the process of
Yeah.
preparing the budget.
Right,
Jim-
but then they should come back with a summary sheet. You should have a template that every department has to fill out.
That's the process.
No,
there
We
is.
have- we
that's
have a-
different.
we
Yeah,
have
that's
a
part of the
template that they're to
process.
fill out.
They do.
That's,
Okay, good.
that's different. And Jim, to your question, I would direct you to Treasury's budget manual. The Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, they have the budget manual. We had the best practices. Every local unit of government has a process that their governing body says, here's what we're gonna do, and come back, because we have very few major duties here. One of them is appropriations.
So why don't we just do this, Jim? Just to write down the process, your steps,
Yeah,
just to make sure it's all good. I think.
And I think probably that will be then approved at our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And then I can have that reported then to the full board.
So
Just so-
at our December 13th regular meeting, we will have had the Budget and Finance Committee meeting to review what's currently a draft plan. But we have already scheduled those initial meetings with department head partners in to get the budget process rolling. And really the time after those initial meetings through January 11th.
Yeah.
In the proposed plan is for those department heads and partners to sort of come up with their proposed budgets.
Got it. Okay.
So if people want to see what those proposed budgets are that are received on the 11th and, how they compare with the final draft budget that the board is reviewing, and when it meets in its working session, that's perfectly fine.
yeah, I want a column. So when it finally comes to the board, original request, recommended, and then the board decides.
And I think the system allows that.
It does. We haven't ever used
And,
it.
and we've, we're gonna ask the department heads to actually fill that information right into BSNA. Their request, then you can see the next level of
Correct.
review, so that there's no data lost.
Right.
I think that's probably the best way to do that. And so part of this one-on-one meeting is to make sure everybody knows how to actually do that. To be able to look at your projected the remaining budget for this fiscal year and use that when you're determining the next year's budget. Indeed, we're not going to know the revenue circumstances yet. I believe we've got that. I think Will's trying to get a special work session of the board to help resolve some of the revenue side things. So
When we get further down our list of
What's that?
reports, then.
right, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what else do you have?
I didn't want to rain on your parade. And I one last thing, and this may or may not come as any surprise, but I intend to re-retire. My target is to be gone no later than February 1st. I've been working with Amy Sell gave me a name of a very, very qualified person. He's asked not to be identified yet. I met with him. He came up to the township last week. I gave him a tour. We talked. I was very, very impressed with both his experience and knowledge. And so I would like to set up a process, which at least at this point, I've talked with Mark and Kathy. I have not talked with John yet, but I would like you to sit on an initial committee to talk with this gentleman.
This is the first you're telling me about it. Mhm.
And if it cuts muster with this committee, then in fact, he has requested, he would like to speak with all the rest of the board members, one-on-one.
Triage it, if it's any good.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say one thing. I think, I understand, Jim, and I think it's the right decision to re-retire. I don't think this has been a good fit. I will say this board never directed Jim, in your defense, never directed Jim to look for a new administrator. This board never even has talked about looking for a new administrator, interim or permanent, until you guys got here. So I want to be clear about that. So that hasn't been directed, Jim has never been directed by this board to do that. We never set a timeline for how long Jim's tenure would be. We haven't managed this at all. So what I would ask of this board is that, and maybe at the work session, we have the conversation about, obviously finance director's urgent, so we know what kind of staff we can even afford reasonably. And if we want a permanent administrator or an interim administrator, and kind of what the options are. I'm open to all
Well,
ideas.
as you know, we have that on the proposed agenda.
Yeah, but I just wanna put out there that this needs to be a board process.
Yes.
This has never been delegated to Jim, so I just want us to be deliberate.
And if I could clarify, real quick, this would be an interim administrator position.
A position, or that's who the candidate is?
This is the candidate.
Okay.
He's a retired administrator, 40 years. He would be able to indefinitely.
Okay, but isn't that kicking the can down the road?
It is indeed, but we've got.
That's why we gotta talk about it, John.
We've got to get.
We got a working session for that, right? We got a working session,
Yeah,
let's not beat
when
it
we
up now.
move on with our reports, we'll hear more about that.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
When you met with him, were you the only person
Yes.
from the board that met
Right.
with him?
I'm not on the board, but yes,
From
Right.
the township?
right. He wanted to chat. He wanted to see Scio Township and get a feel for it.
Did anyone else meet with him?
No, not yet. That's why I'm setting up this process.
I did talk, because I sensed the question about whether I've had any contact with this person. I have not. But I did talk with Jim about how to take the next step and some input that he received from trustee Brazeau on how to proceed. And I suggested that the three trustees, trustee Knoll, trustee Riser, and trustee Brazeau, together with Jim, was a good way to proceed because in part there is this kind of tension about the clerk and the supervisor. And I thought in some ways, if we remained back from this initial meeting with this candidate, that would help to move the process forward. But that conversation just occurred this afternoon.
Just want to
So-
offer an observation, just a minute. This is a board decision.
That's right.
And when you interject yourself early on and helping Jim with the process, it doesn't reflect a board decision.
Right.
When Jim talked to me, he mentioned Mark and myself, not John. Sorry, John.
To you.
Well, this was actually a subsequent conversation with Mark
So-
suggested this.
So what we have kind of separately discussed at times was with Kathy, myself, John, we do triage.
I trust you three.
Yeah, and once we say, hey, we think we found something good, hand it over to you guys. What do you think? I mean, at the end of the day, you know the details of the
Yeah,
business and what's.
But
going
it'll
on.
die in darkness with us. so
Well,
don't
that's
just
why
leave it
we're gonna
there.
lead the front to keep pushing it along, right? So that's why we're
Yeah.
on the front end of that thing.
That's
Hey,
what happened
guys.
with our finance
Right,
director.
yeah, so we're like, that's why we're kind of involved, right? To go,
Right.
hey, guys, how'd that candidate go, right?
Right.
Oh, it didn't go, let's find
Right,
another one, right?
right.
Or give me the reason why not, right?
Right.
You can't just say I don't like them, or, you know, their haircut was
Exactly.
bad, or their shoes didn't shine. I mean,
Right.
that's not a,
Well,
not a
If
not a good
if I
answer.
could just say one more thing here before, because you did bring this up and you looked shocked and horrified that we were proposing kicking the can.
Well, I'm
And let me-
disappointing.
Let me just speak to
There's
that.
been no thought about it.
Let me just speak to that
That's
for
not-
just a second.
I'm not attacking you.
Well, no, I did, and it's a legitimate question. It's a very, very difficult to find any good people to work in government, much less one that's as dysfunctional as this has been. I think things are improving. I'm looking at, I'm optimistic that this can work. But we need first to get through and get somebody on board that can work these 80-hour weeks or whatever, the demands that this board puts on an administrator. And get things caught up. We get the finances caught up. Hopefully we can get somebody permanent, at least an interim finance director. So,
Okay,
I didn't mean to attack you.
but no, I understand. I just wanted to speak to that for a second.
let's move on. We already got a working session set up for this. We're beating dead horse here. Let's.
Okay,
But
perfect.
before you leave the table, are you finished with your report?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say, I think you've done a tremendous job. I disagree. I think you've been the perfect fit for this moment. And I really value your dedication and coming back to serve Scio Township after you retired. You're willing to come back and sort of fill in during a difficult time. And going to miss working with you, but I appreciate the fact that you came back and were willing to serve as our interim for the time that you were.
Thank you.
Let's move on with our reports. We've already heard about what's going to happen with the Budget and Finance Committee on Thursday. If people want more information about that, I believe there is an agenda that has been posted. We don't yet have our treasurer. She said she was going to try and be here by 9 o'clock. Maybe we can allot her some time to make a report if there's an opportunity at that time. That brings us to the clerk's report.
Okay, great. Well, we had an election and the incredible news is it went great. And it went great, not just in Scio Township, but it went great statewide. And I think I speak for all of us when we all breathe that sigh of relief. It was peaceful. It was orderly, and to date, everyone is respecting the results. So I think we all feel very, very good about that. I was just at the Board of Canvassers this morning. They approved the canvass in Washtenaw County. They were eating cookies and taking pictures with each other. It was lovely, actually. So election day takes everybody, and it really did here. Thank you to everybody. And so scheduling lunches and surveys, but thank you, Deputy Clerk, Mary Gillis, our clerk's assistants. We worked, 20-hour days and all that we do, running to people's houses and out to sick people and people with broken backs and to jail and back and anywhere we need to go to let you vote. So thank you, everybody. Incredible turnout, 68.6% of Scio voters voted.
How did they do last midterm? Just curious.
Last midterm, it was closer to 50%. So record breaking for a midterm. And above the county average, which is above the state average. So as we like to say, I don't know if you coined the word, the votingest. We're the votingest. We're the votingest. Scio is the votingest. And so 10,484 ballots. That's actually just about 1,300 fewer than we had in November of 2020, which was record breaking. So it's a whole mix of the political climate, the engagement, but it's also in large part the reforms that we instituted in 2018 and now again with Prop 2 kind of taken into the next level. Just as I predicted, I like to say that because it so rarely works out that way, 60% voted absentee and 40% voted in the precincts. We've got a survey of election inspectors underway to figure out what we can learn, but everything's also about to change. With Prop 2, we're going to have no AV application for each election. You'll be able to, in some way or another, just kind of sign up to receive ballots by mail or not. We're going to have 9 days of early voting. So how that's going to look, TBD, but we'll make it happen. A local change is we're no longer going to be using polo fields as a polling place because they are requiring that we pay them and we refuse to do that. So we'll be coming back to the board with a recommendation when we have one. Related to the records, again, I want to make the proper demand to please, to this board, give back the records. The journals and ledgers of the township, MCL 41.65 to my custody. More about the records that this board took from the clerk. The township, as you know, uses 12 BSNA modules. 8 of them are the financial management modules. Within those 8 modules are the accounts, journals, and ledgers that are to be in the exclusive custody and control of the clerk. Since May 13th, I have not been able to protect them from manipulation. I don't have control over who's in them, what they do, and can't see a full audit of what has been done. For more information, read the court filings. Current financial reports, next steps, making progress with PM Gap, Plant Moran Gap. I expect to have the new chart of accounts in place prior to the new fiscal year, which is great. It was a requirement that came down on us first in 2017. We are in the very last wave of compliance, and so we're going to come in under the wire to be in compliance. That's going to allow us to better compare ourselves to all the other different local units. I hope that after our working session at our next regular meeting, that we'll be able to bring a refreshed recruitment proposal for a finance director to the next meeting. I do believe we can find a good finance director. And also at the Budget and Finance Committee this Thursday, we're going to talk a little bit about the cost allocation plan. And I will hope to bring that to the next board meeting for adoption there. And that's it.
Can you clarify that? So the work on the chart,
Of accounts?
yeah, that's complete, the PM Gap project?
It's almost there. So PM Gap is almost done, and then we have to work with BSNA, and then they do the whole conversion. So that conversion will happen. And so they bring all of our history and match up all the account numbers, the old account numbers with the new account numbers, so we don't lose any of our history.
Okay.
Jessica, I think that in the description of potential activity for Plant Moran that's in our packet,
The Manor one, yeah.
Oh, okay, is it Manor? I'm getting.
Yeah, I don't know why
getting
that's
all
in
mixed
there.
up. Okay,
Yeah.
but they talk about work to be done on the chart of accounts.
In the Manor Custarian one.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why Jim has that in there.
I was asking you why it's in there.
I have no idea. I don't support that proposal.
Okay.
I
we'll
have
talk
no idea
about
where
it
that scope came
in
from. Yeah,
this then.
yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to, well, you sort of already covered the
Yes,
election
sir.
commission, I believe, the fire services guidance committee.
Yes, I have the honor of being the rep here. I'll defer to the chief when he does his report. But we'll just say it's been an awesome committee making fast progress later on in the agenda, ready to have a work session and go through some options, just as they were charged.
And the historic district project, obviously, Alec is no longer here to report on that, but I did reach out to him. He said that it is on the agenda for the next meeting of the County Historic District Committee or Commission, excuse me. And the Parks Advisory Board, I believe that we are at a sort of a kind of a transition point with both the Parks Advisory Board and with the Transportation Alternative Planning Committee, but I'll let you speak to that, Trustee McLaughlin, in that so many of the members of both of those two committees are at the end of their terms and not seeking to be reappointed, that we are at a time when that's sort of, in some ways, a good time to consider what we were considering back in 2020, which was the merger of those two committees or commissions or boards. So I expect that we will be bringing a proposal for that possibly as soon as our next regular meeting in December. And obviously we'll have to, whatever that newly reconstituted committee looks like or board looks like, have some appointments to it. The Planning Commission, we received, oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to skip over the Land Preservation Commission. We also don't currently have a representative to that body, but obviously the big news is that the land preservation millage renewal was passed by the voters. It was approved by with about 68% of the vote, which is interesting because that's also the percentage of turnout. So I'm wondering if that also means more people voted for the millage renewal than probably voted for its passage, even though it had a slightly higher percentage point before. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. In any case, that was approved, and so that will extend that millage and allow the commission to have uninterrupted work on land preservation on behalf of the township. We all received a written report kind of late from Bob Hyde, who served on the Planning Commission. For tonight, John will be turning to you for updates on the Planning Commission. But if you look at that, you'll see also that there was a meeting of the Sustainability Task Force yesterday, and I know some members of the board participated in that as well. I think that was very productive. They're doing a lot of good work. Transportation Alternative Planning Committee.
Yes, well, the most recent TAP meeting was unable to arrive at a quorum. Several people were not involved or were absent. However, as you indicated, there's been some ongoing discussions about merging TAP and Parks Advisory Board. And I think that the sentiment is moving towards that as an appropriate course of action. And I think that we can anticipate, you can anticipate, the board can anticipate getting a proposal from those groups that would lay out the suggested course of action to merge the two different organizations. And I would presume that that might be available at the next meeting. A pros plan working group has been formed by the Director of Parks, Preserves and Pathways, Anna Cohn, and it consists of current TAB and TAB members, as well as Chris Nordstrom, from Carlisle Wortman and some other individuals on the staff. They're meeting on November 23rd to review the current plan and so that it can be reviewed prior to presenting to the public. And there will be advertisement, which will indicate that the community will have an opportunity to review that over a 30-day period, which most likely will be throughout the entire month of December. And on a related note, the border trail continues to expand down Huron River Drive. I don't know if anybody drives down that way, but there's been several days where you only have one lane of traffic because they're continuing that pathway down there. It's really quite an extensive job. It's impressive and it looks like they're making a lot of progress on it. And that will extend all the way from Dexter. Then that B2B trail will go all the way from Dexter all the way to the Delhi Metro Park. And finally, in terms of phase 5, which is the extension of the Z pathway to connect to the border trail. That's planning, the design, and gathering required permits is underway. It's quite a complicated process, particularly because you're going to cross a river as well as railroad tracks. And there's a lot of planning that's necessary in order to make that happen. And we're hopeful that the construction can start next year on that. And that's what I have.
I think I heard that was sort of the best case scenario. It's more likely it's probably going to be 2024.
Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be completed. I mean, construction may start next year, but it certainly wouldn't be completed next year.
Thank you. Gelman report, Trustee Noel.
Okay, I spoke to Bill Stapleton this week and the intervener attorneys had a recent status conference in front of Judge Connors. Another status conference is scheduled for January. The AG has said that he will submit and push for the draft 4th amended CJ to Gelman, and they're stating that this is what Eagle is going to support. Right now, we're back to the 3rd CJ in terms of the monitoring and on-site activities. So Eagle is going to press for the 4th CJ. Gelman has not responded to this yet. But Gelman has stated that they won't agree to an entry of an order regarding this until the interveners are out of the case. So that's huge. And Bill Stapleton is requesting that we have a closed session for the entire board to meet with him sometime in December so that he can update the 3 new board members and we can discuss our options. Because things have changed a little bit as a result of this status conference. I'll leave it at that. So that's something when we talk about dates, when are we going to do these scheduling dates, Will, tonight?
And when we get to my report, I'll share the results of our poll.
Okay.
And I'll send out a follow-up email as well. I just didn't have time at the end of the day.
Okay.
We also have an item on J5, Will, we needed to just, whatever you want to do is fine. Tonight.
So.
Okay, so we need to talk about scheduling a meeting on this.
So closed session in December. All right, we'll try and figure out how to make that happen. Are you finished with the Gelman?
I'm finished with Gelman, and then on roads, we had a question and answer session with Mike Homier at the last roads committee meeting. Questions had been submitted in advance to him on SADs. And then there were some questions that came during the meeting. So that was helpful. The group is trying to get a handle on how they're going to consistently and uniformly approach the SADs. And Jillian will be staying on the roads committee. I'm gonna leave the roads committee and go to another committee, CBA. But there is a meeting tomorrow with the Park Ridge residents who are interested in road improvements on Park Ridge. So this will be our first meeting with some of the members of the new roads committee and residents. So it's kind of, it'll be a learning process for everyone who's there tomorrow.
And that's at what time?
7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m. And Jillian's going to run the Zoom. So it'll be, we can tune in and watch it on Zoom tomorrow night. Yes,
Or come in person.
I'm not going to be here in person.
Just a small request for you or Jillian, whoever, Linda, whoever's gonna be there, to do please take notes. I will say one process thing with these community meetings early on with any SAD process is making sure we have some good notes from these early meetings.
Neighborhood leads are working with us to kind of create a protocol based on the experience. So,
Perfect.
yeah, it's working out well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, without further ado, as the board members know, I sent out a poll to try and find dates where we could hold working sessions. There's several different issues that are sort of out there. The returns, and thank you all for responding so quickly, and especially to the additional date that we added just yesterday. We have 3 dates where it looks like we can get almost everybody, maybe everybody, if except in one case, I know Mark is going to be out of town. So based on the results, what I would propose is that we have a working session on Tuesday, the 29th of November at 5:30. And that the subject of that, the focus of that be presentation and discussion on industrial development districts, IFTs. We have 2 different, I just learned last night, there's another idea for an IDD, industrial development district. So we have 2 different potential industrial development districts that are sort of percolating out there. And this would be an opportunity to learn together about industrial development districts and IFTs as a tool for economic development, how it works, how it's being used in other nearby municipalities, what the recommendations are from Spark and so on. And so that's one. The next is Saturday, December 3rd at 11 o'clock. And this would be the one that's focused on Trustee Brazeau's presentation that he's been working on that covers a range of issues. And I'll have to get that from you so that I can write up the meeting announcement appropriately. And then we would have a discussion following that presentation. And the timing of that is a little awkward, but it's because Mark is returning from out of town late the prior evening.
Should be tan.
Yeah, tan and tired.
All goes well.
All right, and the final one would be Saturday, December 17th at 9 a.m. And in this case, the focus would be on public safety, a sort of long-range revenue needs. And this would be an opportunity to discuss not only the report from the Fire Safety Guidance Committee, but also, other elements, other questions related to that, to the larger subject of public safety. So those are the three working sessions that I would propose based on the polling results. Clerk Flintoff.
Yes. Process-wise, what I'd recommend this board does tonight, either now or under J5, is we make motions about the purpose and the date for each of these and either set these as a board or not set these as a board. Because the problem with where we're at right now is that we have 3 suggestions by the supervisor who can call the meetings for particular purposes. I want to say, for me, in this holiday season, IFTs is not a priority. There's lots of things we can learn about. I need a finance director. We have a fire department to fund. There are other things that are more important, and I would rather have that at a regular meeting. 2, hearing about public safety revenue needs sounds like a manipulation of the charge to the Fire Services Committee and a conflation of police with fire. And that's a whole different can of worms. And the Fire Services Guidance Committee had a charge. They're ready to come back. It's a full meeting just on fire services. So what I would propose is taking it one by one. And with that, I'll say, I would like to make a motion to set a special meeting of the Board of Trustees as a working session for discussion only on Saturday, December 3rd at 11 a.m. to hear and discuss Trustee Brazeau's presentation. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We don't need to make motions. I've just
do.
proposed these special meetings and special working
so-
sessions. We just have to proceed with them. It
So-
does not require a vote of the board.
So I am asking for a vote of the board so that we make a board decision on when we're having special meetings and for what purpose. Otherwise, it becomes an 18 hours ahead of time. Will by statute can write up and we just need to be clear.
Let's just throw this on, 3 special meetings in the holidays, just all that aside, Will, 3
Yeah.
special meetings in the holidays, people got families coming in, and it's just, that's a lot there. I didn't hear anything that like couldn't wait till sometime next year. I mean, do we have to have, is there a reason why we have to have it in those other 2 in
And
December?
point of
I mean,
order,
maybe there is, I just don't know what it is.
And there is a motion and a second. Now, you're the one who made the second, so you can withdraw it and keep talking, but we do have a motion and a second on that one to just kind of
I appreciate
prioritize.
that you have an idea of how this should proceed, but I am the moderator of the meeting. Thank you. So there's a motion by Flintoff, there's support by Brazeau. We
Yeah.
have a motion that we are considering. Is
Yeah.
there further discussion
Yeah, I
of
have
the
a little
motion?
discussion.
Trustee Brazeau was speaking. I
I'm
don't know if
sorry.
you were finished.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mark.
Again, I'm not saying those meetings aren't germane. My challenge would be, can we just do those sometime in the doldrums of January through March when nobody wants to go outside and have anything to do? That'd be what I just throw out there. I'd be happy to come and warm up here with some hot cocoa and a donut and talk. That's all I'm throwing out. I'm not saying, well, we shouldn't do those meetings, just can we shove them off till, January?
I would say no, because all of them have some sense of urgency to them. For example, we have an agenda item later on in our meeting asking for a special meeting, basically, to hear the report from the Fire Services Guidance Committee.
Good.
They are charged with making a report in December. We do have a big question about how to pay for the public safety in general. And I feel that the best way to talk about the recommendations from the Fire Safety Guidance Report is to think about them in that larger context. And so I'm putting that forward because that is a very large pressing question that relates to how the township's general fund operates as well.
Yeah, this is
So wait,
manipulating.
thank you.
The false reports sent to S and B.
I have
It's
the
the whole
floor
thing.
right now. Thank you,
No,
Clerk
but it is.
Flintoff.
It's the
Thank
same
you,
thing.
Clerk Flintoff. So the other meeting that we are talking about, that the motion speaks to, is the one that you asked for to talk about your presentation. And we're trying to get that as early as possible, if possible, before our regular meeting in December. So there's an urgency to that one as well. Now, the one on the 29th is actually one that you can't attend, so it's not going to impact you directly. I understand that other, I understand that other people may, not feel that there's an urgency to the industrial development issue, but we do have a pending request, and if we don't have a time for a working session where we can sort of talk it through together, then it pushes it onto a regular meeting.
Can we do it sometime in January?
Well, that's the problem. If there's a proposal for a purchase of and redevelopment of a site that is moving forward, and we push off for 2 months, industrial development.
But Will, we have a special session on the 3rd, right? We know what that's gonna be all about, right? You've got the outline agenda. We're gonna talk about that, pretty much consume the entire meeting on the 13th, going on that agenda and get everybody's buy-in, feedback. I'd like to hear feedback from our residents as well. So this should be a unilateral decision. So, I mean, really industrial, so I mean, then we're done for the year, right? There's no more meetings till January, right? So no matter what, we're not gonna take action on industrial development or anything till next year anyway.
Will would like to.
Wait a second, we have pushed off of our agenda tonight. There was a presentation, there was an item on our agenda, we pushed it off. The intent is to bring that back at our December 13th meeting. So allow the folks who are going to make a presentation tonight to instead come to our meeting. I don't know if they'll be ready, but that's the intent.
Well, you are-
Having a working session on the 29th.
You are not doing Linda any favors here.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, when there's serious people in our community who have serious proposals, and we have zero experience in recent years, no policy on IFT. It's like SADs all over again, okay? We are ill-equipped to say yes or no to you right now, Linda, is my personal position as clerk. And so I don't think we're gonna become better equipped with Will trying to ramp through a special meeting on this.
I resent the way that you are characterizing this. That is exactly the point of having a working session, so that this board can have time to talk through the intricacies of a complicated new economic development tool.
So first of all, I believe Will's intentions are honorable here. He's trying to do the right thing and making sure we're all on. That's fantastic. Also, I'm still gonna say, we've got to be cognizant of 3 special meetings in a month, no matter what they're about, is a lot, period.
And we have to prioritize.
Period. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, no matter who it is, it's a lot to ask of everybody. And then you got other folks that have to get prepared. It's not like they're gonna do something between December 13th and January 1 that's gonna make any difference. So I would ask whoever the person wants to present, fantastic. I'd like to get prepped up prior to that, but let's do that in January. It's not like they're gonna move and start building something in January 1st. So we can, there's a thing called last responsible moment. I always like to use those words, last responsible and moment all together. And kind of how I live everything in our business anyways. And I don't think we have to make that decision today. I hear what you're saying. I think it's valuable and honorable, don't get me wrong, but I think that could, my gut is that could push till January. Maybe we make that the first breakout session in January. You think that one takes precedent over the other, I can't remember the other meeting that you mentioned, the 3rd one. How we book one in January, book one in February, but I think we have more than one special meeting a month seems a bit much to me. It's Mark's opinion, only Mark's opinion, in my time.
Trustee No.
Okay, I agree with Mark. It's a lot. But I think the group needs to prioritize here. You've put out your priorities, and that's fine, and they may be valid. But as a group, we've got some other issues floating around here that haven't been resolved, and we need to talk about them. And it, not even for resolution, just for discussion purposes. Because, this whole finance director issue, now maybe it's gonna get resolved when we have Mark's discussion, but maybe not. And you know, the org chart, are we gonna discuss the org chart and resolve it when we have your discussion?
You know what, I would just augment that. Well, we have a lot of challenges. We don't solve this, because as you know, my agenda can solve some of the core functions and dysfunction that's been going on for 2 years, that these residents have been complaining about, rightfully so, for 2 years. We've got to adjust, you know, priorities are first, right? First things first. I want to get foundational fixes. I'm not saying those things aren't legitimate. I'm not trying to discount them, but I'm just saying what takes precedent, right? You got to pick priorities. So like I always have developers want to become all these features. What's a priority feature?
All right, John, trustee Riser, you've been waiting.
Riser's fine. So I've heard special meeting and then I've heard working session. So what?
So a working session by nature, unless it's a regularly scheduled working session, is a special meeting. It's just as a designated for a particular purpose, for basically for discussion only. That's the way I would define it.
So is a working session sub quorum or is a working
No.
session where we don't vote, but we just kind of like, it's like we
John,
take testimony,
if I
we hear
could-
things.
A working session is a type of special meeting at which we only discuss. It is not sub quorum,
Because I don't want to work. That was a joke.
just talk.
Because when I look at our meetings, it says special meetings. The township board may meet in special session at the call of the supervisor. So he gets to call them whenever he wants to, whether we like it or not. I'm not saying you should, by the way. Or upon the written request of a majority of the members of the township board, which it looks
Can
like.
take the
we're-
form of a motion.
Which is like, you know, and if possible, the purpose of the meeting shall be part of the request.
In the
And then
motion.
in the 18 hours. So it looks like Will can call them if he wants to on these three. And we're trying to say, please don't, Will, it's the holidays.
No,
Or you can, some of us are, any one of us can say, I want to have a special meeting, which is to be a working session on this topic. I'm just trying to understand.
Of the majority.
John, and that is why I made the motion that is seconded by Bergeau for us to set a special meeting of the Board of Trustees as a working session to hear and discuss trustee Bergeau's presentation on Saturday, December 3rd at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Can we finish that one? Will?
December,
Send a motion on
that's
that. Vote on that.
December.
We could, or we could just do it, which is. what I
I'd
was
like a
proposing.
motion.
The clerk would like a motion,
Sure.
and she has
Saturday,
made a
December
motion, and we
3rd.
have a second, and John was still speaking.
No, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
Do you vote? Just
I want to know what I'm not fighting over.
December 3rd. Are you into the December 3rd? Is that a yay?
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
okay, good.
So
A yay and a yay?
we need to
No,
take
I
a
just
vote
made a comment.
Yay or yay?
Are there any further comments?
before we take a vote.
In that case, please call the roll.
Okay, you want to do roll call? Okay, Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Bergeau,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. We have a special meeting. I will make the posting.
So before we proceed with more quick fire motions, can we have a little discussion about this? So we have two other proposed working sessions, one on the 29th of November, the other on the 17th of December. Now, we only have one regular meeting in December. So it's not as if we're overloaded with meetings in December, and typically we have had special, I'm just saying, Mark, typically we have, typically we have had special meetings at this time of year. And we call special meetings when there is a reason for it. I'm not trying to overload people. I'm trying to address specific needs I see for the township to deal with.
And like I said, I think your intentions are honorable, Will. I think it's good that you want to move these things forward. That's great. I can't hold you against it. It's awesome. Appreciate that. I'm just thinking the timing's terrible. That's all I'm saying. It's just, I wish it wasn't in December. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, please, in November, when it's dark and dingy outside, we got nothing, nowhere to go. That's all I'm saying. Load me up in January with 5 of them, right? That's all I'm suggesting.
I have a question for Kathy. The closed session that we need to do in December, how much time do we need?
1 hour, and I asked him if he was available
For our
the hour
regular-
before our next board
Yeah,
meeting.
thank you.
On December 13th, and he is at this time. So if we can commit to it, I could firm it up with him tomorrow.
Okay,
Sure,
So,
that's
I'll
what I
make
would
a-
have,
That's
that's
the
what I
regular
would have,
meeting?
that's what I would have
Yes.
proposed.
yeah,
Yes.
so I'll make a motion to set a special meeting of the board with the purpose of going into closed session to discuss the Gelman litigation on December, is it 12th?
13th.
December 13th at 6 PM,
What day is that?
Tuesday.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. I don't think there's, unless there's some objection to having our closed session with Bill
It'll be-
Stapleton
So-
at that time.
If everybody's available,
At the risk of being polite to our newly elected
I already
Jillian
was.
Carey, does that work?
Yeah, fine.
Um,
Does December 3rd work for you?
Yes.
yes.
Well, she's already responded to the poll.
okay,
Oh, okay.
okay.
So we
okay.
have that
Yeah, no, we're just
information.
throwing out these dates. So December 13th is a Gelman?
That would be this closed session prior to our regular meeting on the issue of the Gelman litigation.
Okay, so my night's already shot, so sure. What, coming an hour early?
Yep,
An hour
Got it.
early, yep.
that'd be perfect. Thank you, Kathy.
So unless there's further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. So we have scheduled a closed session prior
Great.
to our regular meeting on December 13th.
I'll send out that notice.
Thank you. And I would argue still that we need these 3 meetings on these 3 topics. In fact, one of them was requested by the clerk so that we could hear and discuss the report from the fire committee. So I would suggest that we proceed with the meeting at 9 o'clock on the 17th of December for that purpose. For the
So I
purpose of
would-
the public safety long-range revenue needs.
So I gotta say something. Public safety long-range revenue needs is a different meeting than the recommendations of the Fire Services Guidance Committee. You are talking about PA 33 trying to address the general fund issues. I mean, we just had a completely unvetted $6 million proposed sheriff's contract on our consent agenda, okay? There's a few more steps we can do here. Look, what I would propose is, I'd like to wait to hear from our fire chief, but the Fire Services Committee had a specific task and they're ready to come back with some recommendations. And some of the recommendations include service level need and corresponding funding required to get to that. What I don't want to do is dilute the fire services needs and the reality of that by saying, and if we added in a little for police and a little of that, it's going to get confusing. It's just a discussion. We're trying to get the best information. We've compiled a great deal of stuff. We need to start there to start putting fire and police together as public safety. They're 2 different beasts. We administer one, we're beholden to the other.
So does public safety incorporate police and fire, just so that I'm clear on this?
In Will's mind.
Okay,
No, for real.
okay.
No, for real.
Debatable.
Public safety includes
Okay.
It
both.
does not to me.
I thought it did too from working with other departments, police and fire. So I thought it did too. And I would, so when you
it
insult
can-
him like that, you insult me too.
It can for funding purposes. It does not for operational purposes.
So, and then are we talking about potentially how we fund police and fire?
I am not. Will.
That is what I would like us to be
Okay, I
able to do when we meet.
I'm just trying to get the scope of what the special meeting is for. You can call it if you want, that's your prerogative under rule 2.2.
So I will just call it.
But you, I would hope that you would strive for some kind of consensus and.
Right. I would just like to move forward with that meeting as proposed. It incorporates the desire for a discussion of the work of the guidance committee, but it doesn't limit us in terms of only talking about their report.
I'm sorry, well, this is so disrespectful to our fire chief and the entire committee.
Why? How?
Because the board established this committee in October. They have met every week, Wednesday mornings, to go through exactly what we asked them to do, the 4 points under J5. They worked hard to get recommendations to come back to the board by December,
Right.
and now they're ready. And so what I'm saying is there needs to be a dedicated time for the board to hear their work and not have it complicated by adding in questions about general fund, police funding, all of this other stuff. And so it is, again, it's been an amazing group. We say we want to support our fire department. One way we support our fire department and have integrity in what we do is follow through. We established a committee 3 months ago. They've been working their tushes off. They're ready to come back, and they have a great, clear presentation. It'll give us information to take whatever next steps we decide to take. It doesn't exclude then looking at combined funding or anything, but we need to start out with the first step that we have. And so I really think it's important that we have a meeting just for the purpose of hearing and discussing recommendations from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. It was their charge, whether we do it in December, if December's too busy, we do a special meeting in January. We need to keep it insulated from some of the other things
Is
going
this
on.
tied to Will's meeting?
Can I say something?
Trustee Newell.
I see these as two separate issues.
They are.
And I agree with what Jessica is saying. Historically, John, in Scio, police and fire have been separate. They have not been combined the way they are in many cities. They're separate. And I think we owe the chief and this committee the opportunity to just focus on the committee recommendations first. An ongoing discussion about potentially combining could come later, but I think we need to start with just the fire department and deal with their issues.
Well,
Kathy, what bugs me is that we've got the fight for the special meeting. He wants his special meeting, she wants her special meeting. How am I supposed to vote on that? I mean, I'm just like, I'm here in the middle. Well, I'm gonna say, I don't support the police, I don't support the fire, I support them both. They each have their own, I mean, it's quite a pickle that we've spent this time fighting about how we're gonna best support police and fire.
John,
And so you've got J5
my
on there and
meeting.
you've got this, what's that? Right?
I just put it on the agenda. This is from the committee.
And he just called the special meeting. Everybody does everything because they only care about the police and fire. Everyone deserves a pat on the back for doing what they can. And here, Brazo and I are in here like, what, how the hell do we vote on this one? So I'm gonna go to any meeting you guys set, but it's just leaves an ugly taste in my mouth to have to be part of this when we should try to come to consensus about how we're gonna support two people that can save our lives. Not two people, two groups of folks that could save our lives. So it's disheartening, and I don't know what the answer is. Like police can't be part of our discussion, we only want fire, or
we start
John.
with fire and then
can we start with fire and
have
then
a
talk
broader
to,
discussion.
move on to police if there's time?
that is my proposal.
On
We
the,
would-
on the
we would-
same meeting?
We would hear first
Or
from,
do we not want any
John,
cops at the fire meeting?
John, this is not an anti-cop thing. I'm talking
No,
about
no,
the funding. So no, this is not a police v. fire. What this is we have a committee who has coherent recommendations. They have been hard at
And we're
work.
gonna hear from them
Hopefully,
today, but so can we put off
Hopefully.
this until we hear from them later in our meeting?
we're
Fine
not
by
gonna
me.
hear from them about this issue.
I'm just
today.
asking Will, who has the right to call special meetings, but like, can we hear from these?
fine by
folks?
me.
okay.
I'll go to any meeting you set, as long as I'm not in a.
Well, and now we have set one. doubly set one with a vote, but I would propose that we have all three of these meetings because all three of these things need to be addressed. And I believe that the best way to discuss the fire safety issues and their proposals is to just be able to talk about it in a larger context.
Okay, so Will, can I just throw something at you right here? I just gotta jump in on this one, Will. That is not working together as a team at all, when it's just right? You got 6 other people here, whether you have the authority or not. I'm the CEO of the company, whether the authority or not, I always get my team to buy in with me, right? Leaders, so a couple things, one thing I want to train everybody about leadership. Leaders don't decide they're the leaders. These people decide whether you're the leader. That's how it's supposed to work. Or the residents decide you're the leader. So doing that, Will, does not build consensus. It just builds animosity. And that's not the way to build a team. This is like team building 101. So even if you're right sometimes, let's even say you're 100% spot on. If the team all goes a different direction, I strongly encourage you to say, let me go with the team. Even if you're right, again, it's about being right or being happy. And sometimes I would argue that both of you guys, I don't know anything, have fought so hard to be right rather than be happy. That's why we had the stagnation in Scio Township. That's driving me crazy. So just work together, cooperate with everyone.
I feel as if I am. And here's how I feel that I'm cooperating. There was a request for a special meeting. In fact, this
One,
date.
and you bumped it to 3 out of nowhere. Nobody until now.
Wait a second. There's been a discussion, Mark. There's been a discussion about having multiple working sessions on multiple topics.
Not with me.
Not with me.
If you look at the minutes, there's a discussion about having working sessions on multiple topics. And I said, I am working on polling to get times for working sessions, possibly multiple working sessions. This has not been some sort of surprise, multiple working
I thought
sessions.
you were
Wait a
querying
second,
for Mark's
wait a
meeting.
second. And I viewed this particular one on the 17th of December as being a way of trying to work together. There was a request to have time, for a discussion of a report. Now, we could just ask for the report in writing. We could just say, hey, you were charged with coming up with a report. Give us your report. We don't need a special meeting, but instead I'm saying, okay, let's see if we can accommodate that request for a special meeting. And let's also give ourselves the option of talking about those proposals in the larger context of public safety in general, which is a big financial cost to the township, both fire and police, that we have to address and to, sort of somehow say that we can only talk about one. We're setting aside a 3-hour meeting that we only can talk about one of those in that time period, I think is tying the board's hands in a way. We really need to think about these holistically. I see that as a cooperative gesture.
Right, let's do it in January. That's all I keep saying, man. That sounds great.
So your issue is not with the meeting or the subject of it, it's the timing of it.
It's the timing of it. Again, just to be blunt here, I don't see anything moving at breakneck speed here in Scio Township. Let's just be honest, okay? I mean, my, what is it? Beep right, be gone red thing. I don't, that's at the very bottom here, on my list, right? So why can't I wait till January? I just not seeing that.
Well, is that what you're
Can I say
saying, that you would like to have us wait until January?
I think, look, that would be, I'll defer to the chief. I mean, if we can't schedule until January, we
Is that
can't.
okay?
But let me say a couple things here is that the fire presentation, it is 3 hours. There's a lot of conversation about what level. Will?
Jessica?
It's about 3 hours, right, chief?
I'd say we would.
For a discussion. So, and because we're talking about are we going from 1.35? Are we building a second station? What's our vision for the next 10 to 15 years? It's comprehensive, it's efficient, it's good.
Okay.
Now, public safety funding, a lot of this debate around the taking of the journals, the entries that were made, the 1.5 million, the incorrect reports that were sent to S&P. This is what's going on here. And so here's what I want to say. To have a bigger conversation about how we fund the police, our police services contract, which is the biggest line item in our general fund, as it should be, it just is what it costs. We need a finance director. we need somebody who can actually look
Okay,
at this
we're
stuff.
beating this up. We got all that
Well,
covered.
no,
It's
but I
covered.
want to say, I don't think we have that covered, Mark. I want that, but I think Jim and Sandy and Will want to probably put into the budget some idea that we're gonna increase the PA 33 millage to cover both police and fire. And that's gonna confuse things. What I want to say is that, and they've talked about this before, and we need to, 1, get our audit done, 2, get a finance director, and then we can start talking about creative revenue for public safety. But Will, I am not going to have another conversation with disputed spreadsheets and reports that have the wrong dates on them, that come from the wrong place, and try to have this conversation again. I am not going to debate this. I'm not gonna kick our fire department around again when we do this. We've had this conversation.
I'm not sure I'm following anything.
I don't either.
Well, I'm not
I
surprised.
have no idea what
I'm
you're
not
talking about.
surprised, because there's a lot of history here. But what I want to say is Jim Murdy and Sandy and
And
Will,
there's also a lot of misinformation going on here too.
And we are so off topic and down a rabbit hole. I have no idea.
Can I-
Are we just trying to set
can I
some
just,
meetings?
Can I say something here?
Sure.
real quick? When I look at, is it J5, I think it is, this is your item for this meeting. The special meeting.
yes,
The fourth bullet, it was my understanding that the initial charge for the committee, this fire services committee, was to determine what the group would like to see for fire services.
correct.
It had nothing to do with how you were going to fund it. Now I see bullet point number 4, it talks about a millage rate to support that recommendation, which then brings into PA 33 and all the rest of the things. I think if you had this conversation and took out bullet point 4 and just talked about what did the committee decide we need? Do we want, I know, I'm guessing that Andy will talk about it, but do we want the economy plan? Do we want the good plan? Do we want
Yes.
the
Gold, silver,
gold,
platinum.
silver? And that was what this committee was to do, not to talk about how once they did that, then you could discuss funding. How do you actually
Okay,
fund
we've
it?
gone.
This was our charge. This was Andy's charge, and they are prepared. Mark Perry's been on it. It's a very sophisticated group. You're holding us back, Jim.
Okay, but the whole, we've gone so down rabbit hole, but I feel like we're a dog in a field, there's rabbits all around, we just run down and chase everyone we see. We got 3 meetings that he wants to propose, we've got 1 set. The argument right now is, do those 2 meetings happen in December or not? I am trying to convince Will, because he has the power and authority to set those meetings, let's do them in January. I think they may be very valuable. I'm just proposing that we do in January. I can't attend one of them, as you know, I'd like to attend both. So if you'd be so kind to move into January, where I've got, like I said, snow's piled high, we've all got nothing, we're nowhere to go than bowling. Let's go do that. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not saying degrading the meetings or downgrading them or anything. I think they're valuable. I'm just saying, let's shift them. There's nothing in Scio Township that I see is like, oh, it's gotta happen right now. It just, we don't move that fast. We just don't. I mean, that's the truth. So can we just shift them? Because that's the only argument right now is these 2 meetings. Do we do them? And if we do them, when do we do them?
Is there a sense of what all special meetings we think we need to have? And then can we prioritize them? Kind of like,
That's
we've
what I'm
got the
saying.
IFT special meeting. We've got the public safety long range funding special meeting. There's the fire special meeting. Kathy, Mark, any special meetings?
I just got my 1, man. That's it. I just want to
Okay,
clean
for
up,
the
clean house.
record, I don't have any special meetings.
Well,
They're all special.
we've never discussed our capital improvement plan. That's a huge issue, and it's a foundational issue. We talked about putting it on a special meeting at one point. We have other issues like that out there that we need to discuss. We never discussed David Rowley's departing memo. It was very, very important. And this board hasn't learned from the problems that were in place that led David Rowley to depart. We've not discussed it. So I know, Mark, you want to focus on going forward, and I do too. But at some point, I think we have to look at how did we get to the place that we got to that caused all these problems?
I agree with you 100%, Kathy. We don't need to repeat history. That would be part of that working session. And I would love to have your input on that because you know that you have context that I don't have. So I relish you, hey, Mark, have you thought about X, Y, and Z that happened, and how we had that happen? That to me is part of that working session. We should walk out of that meeting more or less ready to vote. My goal would be more or less ready to vote on everything the following session.
So you're talking about the one that we approved for the
Yes,
third.
that working session,
presentation
the following 13th, we just bam, 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 we vote.
We'll be out of here at 8:30.
That'd be awesome. So that'd be my goal.
So there are lots of things that we could have working sessions on. I propose these as a way of moving forward some of the things that people have brought up, your presentation and all of that it encompasses. The desire for a discussion of the work of the fire safety guidance thing, but also in the context of the larger issue of public safety.
Yep.
And I think we would benefit from having a working session where we could just talk through industrial development districts, because when it is in the context of a regular meeting, it's very difficult to get through it and
Awesome.
everyone understand it. So
let's do that in January.
So what you're suggesting is that we put that off
Yes.
until January. Now, I think that could present some problems in terms of the timing of what and since she is here, I will ask Linda to step forward and explain the context of that. I am the moderator.
No.
Please come forward. It is a topic that we're discussing and this person who is in the audience has something to say.
Perhaps that would just make things easier. I respectfully understand that there are some much more important things that I was not aware of than the IFT. Globally with the township. The IFT is very important. Doing business in Scio Township is extremely difficult right now. But we do have some things in front of the board that take precedence. I am willing to acquiesce and say that we will put the IFT presentation into January if we can do it on an amicable basis. I do not want to pull this thing forward with everyone being upset. We're trying to get some way so that a group of protocols can be set forth so people understand how to get business done in the township. We have a consultant that can come and give you a presentation that would give you a framework for that. And then I would like to come forward with an IFT that we can put in front of the township and see if we can make something work in a reasonable manner. We can do that in January. It will be a financial difficulty for me, but we can do that in January.
All right, so I will withdraw the proposal for that particular meeting on the 29th, and we'll find a date in January when we can hold a working session on that topic. Or a special meeting, whatever is appropriate as a way of sort of moving that forward.
I have a suggestion for moving forward.
Sure.
I would say we had an hour-and-a-half presentation just in April or May on IFTs and IDDs. So I'll volunteer to send out that presentation that we had. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll send it out so we can get up to speed. And then I would say, I suggest that we wait until J5 to talk about the Fire Services Guidance Committee meeting about when we might schedule it in January, because it's really the chief's meeting.
In that case, let's move forward with the report from the chief.
So we have December 3rd for sure.
December 3rd is a done deal.
At 11 and December 13th at 6. Yes.
Can you bring me in as a presenter, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are we at H3 or are we kind of segueing into J5?
No, we're at H3.
Okay, just making sure.
May spill over in terms of the content.
Afraid of.
Good evening, board. I'll start with a couple brief comments related to Fire Services Committee. That committee's been meeting for 3 or 4 weeks now. We've got a standing appointment on Wednesdays at 9:30 a.m. We're typically 2 to 2.5 hours. Committee is made up of various members of the community, representative of business, representative rural, representative of more suburban folks. We got a pretty good group going there, and we've had some very robust discussions. So I'm hopeful that within the next couple meetings, we'll have a recommendation to bring back. And I do expect that will take some time to go through in full.
Can you describe just generally kind of like the components of the recommendation?
So broadly, from a large overview, it's my hope that the committee will say at a certain point in time, this is what we expect our fire department to look like, and how much it's going to cost, and additionally steps to get us there. So a step, you know, we may say we need 5 fire stations and here's how we do it, and this is 20 years out. However, that doesn't happen all at once. It's a process. So, you know, the most important step might be to build this building and then start putting people into it while we secure land for this and all those moving parts. So it should be a pretty in-depth discussion.
And those 4 bullet points.
Can he give his presentation and then we can ask questions? Would you indulge the man his time and then we can ask questions?
Please proceed, Chief.
I want to ask questions and I'm sure you do too. I'll yield to you to go first, but can we let him give his, I don't want him to be led. I want him to be his presentation, if that's okay.
Yeah, can I just clarify one thing?
Yeah.
Chief, the 4 bullet points, Interim Administrator Murdy said that the millage item was added. Was that originally part of the committee's charge?
Yes.
Yes.
Determine how much it would cost and propose millage rate. Yes. Okay. Monthly report of activity for the fire department. This is 2 months here. We're a little late getting it together last month, so I'm providing 2 months for you. September, 128 calls, October, 111. Here's a breakdown of our incidents. We requested mutual aid for 10 incidents and responded outside the community 7 times over the 2-month period. Significant incidents, October 19th, we had a hazardous materials call on Jackson near Parker. A tractor trailer had backed over a road sign and punctured one of its fuel tanks, leaked a large amount of fuel onto the driveway, into a ditch and into a retention pond. Our department responded out. We contained the spill as best we could. We determined who was the responsible party for the spill, who then did their best to avoid doing any sort of cleanup. However, part of our process is we get a hold of Eagle on incidents of this size. And Eagle is now the enforcement agency who is going to make them clean up their spill. October 5th, we responded to building fire in Westview Way. I think most of you probably heard about this. On-duty personnel found a garage fire. Came in as a garage, had extended into the home and into the 2nd floor attic. Our crew of 4 met our 2 in, 2 out. We began interior firefighting operations, but were immediately withdrawn by the significant volume of fire. We then went defensive, which means we knocked down the fire from the outside of the building. Unfortunately, the majority of the building was destroyed. We were able to save some property for the folks and in a couple of the back bedrooms, but the home's a total loss. In this incident, we were assisted by Ann Arbor City with an engine and a ladder truck. In addition, they had 2 chiefs out there. Ann Arbor Township with a tanker, personnel, Dexter, and Chelsea. It's our standard first alarm assignment. Got us about 20 people on scene, including the assistant chief and myself. September 25th, responded to a carbon monoxide incident on Golden Oak Lane. Homeowner had a functioning carbon monoxide detector. Somehow there was a malfunction in their vent system. And the furnace or water heater was sending carbon monoxide into the home. Key point here is they had a functioning carbon monoxide alarm, which alerted them to the problem. We've discovered where the problem was coming from. No one was hurt or injured. So as we get into actually November weather, It's a good idea to make sure our carbon monoxide alarms are working. We have probably each of the last winters lost a township resident due to carbon monoxide poisoning. September 21st, we responded to a construction site on Sedgwood Lane where construction debris started fire and was spreading to a vehicle. Due to the construction, there were cement mixers on scene and they began fighting the fire before we got there with their water tanks. We arrived, extinguished the fire and provided overhaul. September 9th, we assisted Dexter Area Fire Department on a motorhome fire that was threatening a structure. Our personnel arrived to provide water with the tanker and assisted with firefight. And then on September 1st, we assisted Ann Arbor City on a building fire. Originally called to cover their station for them as they had all their city resources committed, but then as they realized they needed additional help, we were called out to the scene. This was on Dexter Road, I believe. We looked at one fire, Sedgwood Lane. Response time data, average response time from time of 911 call to our arrival on scene is just over 10 minutes. Average call processing time, that's from when someone calls 911 until we get dispatched, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Our alarm to arrival time, once we get notified until we arrive on scene, 7:21, and we meet our 6-minute response time goal 39.5% of the time.
I'm sorry, Andy, can I just ask one question? Just gonna make sure I'm understanding everything you're sharing with me. The purpose behind sharing this data with us, it's in the report, like read is, what do you want me to gain from this?
So we try to comply with national standards. And one of those standards is there's standards for dispatch time, and on critical incidents, it's quicker. And on minor incidents, it can be longer. What I'm really trying to get you to gather here is what our response time is to get to a scene as compared to benchmarks. And we're meeting our benchmarks under 40% of the time.
Okay, so really because you gave me these examples, all these, is there just some examples? Is that what that was?
No, this is actual data from the last 2 months.
Understood, but I mean, the only data that we really need to focus on is the response times, I think is what I heard, right?
Our alarm to arrival time and how often we're meeting our six-minute goal.
Are you meeting what you set as goals?
No, this comes from national consensus standards.
I understand, but you have a goal that you probably set internally for your own department. Do you feel that you're meeting your own goals?
I'm simply benchmarking against national standards. Our goal.
Are you satisfied with it?
No.
I mean, are you satisfied with your goals? Let me ask you that.
Our goal is to meet that 6-minute response time 90% of the time.
Got it, okay.
That's where we should be.
Got it, okay.
Right now, we're at 39.5. And just as an example, I pulled some data from the Westview Way fire. From the time our dispatch center got the call to alert till they alerted us was 38 seconds, and it took us 9 minutes and 1 second to get on scene. September response comparison, slightly busier in September, October slightly slower. And this kind of gives you an overall trajectory. We're up 10% year over year calls. It's a bottom right-hand corner. This chart associates with the top one. I just cut it in half. And this is kind of percentages where we're at overall by call type. And the most important part here is, as you can see, we're up about 10% calls year over year.
So what are you asking of the board, or what actions are you asking us to? I mean, I appreciate those data, but I still don't understand what you're asking me to do about it, right?
I'm not asking you to do anything about it now. I'm just showing you what we did over the last month or two.
Okay, but you're gonna be asking us something.
Fire Services Committee is probably got some recommendations.
Okay, there's something's coming, okay. All right, I just got a little anxious, now I see, okay, a little prep, I understand, okay.
September and October, well, I think it's important you know what your fire department does.
Oh, no, fair enough, I'm just trying to understand the objective here.
Yeah, no, the objective is to inform you as to how we perform against measurable objectives.
About measurable objectives. You said a magic word to me.
So September, October 2022 training hours, between the 2 months, just under 300 hours of training. And I like to show this chart here at the end, responses per zone. We kind of broke the township up into threes, and I apologize, I'm gonna move it back and forth a little bit. Zone 1, north and east section of the township, 219 responses. Zone 2, southeast, 486, and west and southwest, 455. That's kind of the breakout there. And I also include this heat map to show where we respond to. And I mention this every month. Unsurprisingly, areas with higher population density we respond to more often. One other minor comment, no disrespect, sir, but I'm a skier, so I do appreciate January. And with that, I'll entertain any questions the board may have.
I'm impressed that you can ski, Matt. That's good.
So that's commercial and residential, total cost, no matter what it is. Fire versus medical,
Pull back up to the top here.
on the red.
Oh, on the red, I don't have it broken out in the red.
Appreciate it. Your report speaks for itself in many ways. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions I can answer for the board?
You have anything?
I thought we were going to deal with
It's up
that
to you.
when
I
we,
wasn't
when
sure.
we, when
That's
we
fine.
got to at that item on the agenda, that's what you proposed.
Okay, thank you, board.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, well, that brings us to unfinished business. And the first item of unfinished business is the East Delhi Private Road Variance PRV number 19001. And we have with us our Township Attorney, Jim Fink, who I've asked to introduce this particular item. Who worked together with Trustee Knoll. The two of them were delegated the task of producing the resolution that is the item that we're considering acting on this evening.
And Luan worked on it too.
Is the original petitioner here? Original petitioner?
Oh, I do not know.
Ask Jim.
Jim is the original
No,
petitioner.
Murdy, he's on Zoom.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Was the attorney, right?
you know the name?
Llewellyn?
Yeah.
I do not see that name.
Jim, do you know if anybody from the other side was going to be here?
I haven't heard anything from anyone, but I'm usually not contacted by folks.
Maybe ask if anybody is not identified as Llewellyn, they can raise their hand, we can get identified on the list.
If someone is here who is involved with the petition for this variance and would like to have an opportunity to speak, we do generally allow petitioners the opportunity to speak on agenda items. So if you could raise your hand if you're participating remotely and signal that you're present and would like to speak, that would help.
Jim Fink, you notified on our behalf their attorneys a few weeks ago about this proposed item, correct?
Mr. Llewellyn's attorney?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay. I misunderstood.
I do not have a hand raised, so.
Ready to go?
Sure. Well, I think that the supervisor's, excuse me, memo sums up the history pretty well, and I prepared a resolution based on communications I had with the board now over a year ago that denies the application for the reasons set forth in the resolution, which are essentially, if you determine to adopt a resolution, that the board finds that there's not compelling reasons to grant a variance, and there are several reasons to not grant a variance. Some of the issues that have come up are, to me, irrelevant as to the board's determination about construction of the road. For example, whether the applicant and the property owner have a right to use the easement to develop the road is separate from the board's determination of whether this specific request for a private road variance is to be granted by the board for the reasons set forth in the ordinance. The other thing I'll point out is that even if If you turn this down, there has been some speculation that maybe that means that the board is saying build a Class A road here, which of course would be more intense use of the property. But given what we know about the road and the proposed plans, even a Class A road would require a variance from this body. So based on, this is not my opinion of what the board should do, but this is based on the instructions that Trustee Noel and I had from the board. Given our communications last year, we've prepared this resolution of denial. I'm happy to answer any questions. Trustee Rizzo, you're looking at me like I just said nothing.
No, I'm listening, carefully listening.
Are there any questions for Attorney Fink?
And I'll just apologize. I'm not used to not being the funniest lawyer in the room. And so having Trustee Reiser here, it just threw me a little bit.
Is it true that the homeowners adjacent to this proposed road are not supportive of it?
I'm not speaking for them, but you heard from both homeowners and an attorney representing the homeowners tonight that they objected. There are, I think, there are 4 parcels on the roadway or the driveway as developed now, including 3 houses. To my knowledge, none of them are in favor of it. And if you look back into the Planning Commission packet, there are communications signed by all 4 property owners. And then some folks who own things further to the east that would front on it, that they're not asking for it.
Patrick, I did go and look at the property, and along with Jillian, both her and I looked at it, I think Sunday, a couple Sundays ago. And it is literally a dirt road. And the residents gave us a tour. So yes, they're adamantly against the road, and you can see why. I mean, it's literally a driveway, a dirt road driveway, and to widen that to 66 feet would just, it seems kind of crazy. I mean, the poles would need to be moved, a lot of trees. It's 37 seems generous. I think it'd be more trees than that in my mind. I didn't count them, but that seemed light. It seemed pretty exorbitant to me. I mean, just standing back and looking at it, I mean, that's a lot of widening to do for 3 lots. I'm guessing it's gotta be 7 figures. I don't know road costs, but awful expensive. And they do have an alternative means to access that property. Oh, yeah, they could go through Honey Creek. It'd be, I don't know if it necessarily cost them more. I have no idea, right? They have to go across the creek. I'm sure that costs something, right? It's not cheap by bridge, but they do have an alternative means to access that property. As I understand it from the residents, I'm gonna put a really frontline, as I understand it. So that being the case, you're putting, in my mind, a very unnecessary burden on these 3 residents to either incur some of these costs, the land consumption they would have to burn, right? Because those roads aren't that road isn't that far from the house. It's not like they're sitting 300 feet back. There's some cases maybe 150 feet back. So you move that road 66 feet over, I don't know, you're encroaching quite a bit. And the retention ponds that need to be built. Retention ponds, we all know, hold mosquitoes and stuff in the summertime. They made the argument about the road beyond them. I'm like, well, I don't know if that matters because that's not, what do you care, right? So then that one didn't hold water with me, but what sat in front of them certainly did. And I could see there, not that I'm an obstructionist to development, I'm not at all. I'm a business guy, I believe in development, but this particular case seemed like an awful lot. I mean, just a lot. I mean, it's a long road. It's not a 60-foot road or a 100-foot road, but it's an 800-foot road. Patrick, it's, well, yeah, it's a long road. It's literally just a driveway, right? Literally a 1-lane, dirt driveway. I wouldn't even call it a road. That's pretty generous statement. Okay. So if that helps,
no,
for my observation.
We did have sort of the equivalent of a public hearing on this. It wasn't, I think, technically a public hearing, but we had a discussion item on this back in, I think, June of 2021. And we heard from a lot of people, not just the immediate neighbors, but who were affected by the road directly, but people in the surrounding area in opposition to this proposal. So But the question before us this evening is really kind of narrow. And the resolution is written, if I don't want to speak for the authors of the resolution, but the way that it's written, it's aimed specifically at the question about whether we're granting a variance for a particular kind of class of road. We're not getting into the sort of larger issues necessarily.
We don't deal with the easement issues at all in the resolution. And I want to say, I've walked the property with the neighbors quite a while ago. And my sense was all of the neighbors in the immediate vicinity were opposed, strongly opposed to this.
Yeah.
To answer your question again.
Yeah.
So if there's not further discussion, oh, I'm sorry.
Just
Go
a couple
ahead,
questions.
Supervisor.
So we can attach reasonable conditions in granting any variance, and it sounds like, it looks like, in looking at the record, that the planning commission also attached conditions, some of which weren't met by the applicant. Is that correct?
Some of which were not met.
That the conditions that the planning commission set forth have not been met, correct? With respect to private road maintenance agreements?
That's correct. I also think, but I wouldn't say for certain, that the Water Resources Commissioner has not signed off.
I have a memo from the Water Resources Commissioner. I can show it to you. I don't know the current status of their review of the site. It's more than a year old. And it wasn't a part of our, I mean, we discussed it, we talked about it. There are issues on the site, obviously pertaining to drainage and grading because of the steep slope there. And Water Resources had issues. I can find it, John.
No, because we're talking here about what the neighbors want. And while that might be important to us as politicians, it might not be what our ordinance sets forth. And our ordinance probably sets forth variances based on practical difficulties and unnecessary hardships. And our ordinance talks about reasonable conditions. And I think it's a reasonable condition to say, how you gonna fix the road, how you gonna have a maintenance agreement, how you gonna plow the road, how you gonna repave the road, all that kind of things. And another reasonable condition is, hey, what does the Water Resources Commission what it have to say? So I don't want it to be part of our record that we're doing things based on getting the squeeze by people, but rather based on what the model motion says and that are the following reasons. The length of the private road requires a Class A road or Class B road. C, is it appropriate, et cetera. That has not provided a road maintenance agreement satisfactory to all affected property owners and has not provided a road design that conforms to the township and, or, it could be and, or 4, has not gotten all the necessary permits from the Water Resources Commissions. One of the threshold questions I have is it appropriate to do this tonight when someone isn't there? Is this something that should be adjourned to the next meeting and notice given to the other party so that they can make their pitch?
One, there are 4 bullet points of things that, at least to our knowledge, haven't been done. They were addressed before at the Planning Commission and by this board, and nothing new has come into us. As far as we know, nothing has changed in terms of engineering, communication with the residents, the redrafting of a private road agreement that would set forth something that would be acceptable. I'll also tell you that I can't imagine any private road and maintenance agreement that would be acceptable to the western parcel owners. So that is likely to happen, but no one has submitted to the township or to me an agreement that says, Scio Township, would you approve this agreement if everyone signs on to it? And sometimes we ask for changes. We just did that on a private road agreement for one of the other developments where we asked for changes to protect the folks that are going to buy into that later. So that's my first point. The second is, actually, I think that this board, my advice, and this is practical advice, not necessarily legal advice, but this thing has been hanging out for about 2 years. And the applicant has its remedies, whether you do this tonight or in 2 weeks, but there's already been an opportunity for people to present to the board. It was just a delay that happened. I like to blame COVID for everything, but we're kind of coming out of this, so this might be my last shot at it. But I don't know that anyone would benefit from waiting 2 weeks just so you could say, hey, did you want to come in and say something else before we deny this or turn this resolution down? And of course, if you don't adopt this resolution, you still haven't taken action. It's not adopt a resolution and deny the request or reject it and approve the request. It's simply a resolution to deny the request. And if you don't adopt the resolution, and I'm not telling you what to do, but then you will have to decide at some point what you are going to do.
No, I think there should be finality. We need to weigh in, but or is that what you're suggesting, or do we not need to weigh in?
My advice is to act on this and make a decision tonight.
Yeah, that would be my advice. That would be my inclination, unless there's some reason not to, based on them not being here.
Clerk Splinter.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the resolution. We've vetted this a lot. I appreciate not everybody's had the opportunity to have the ins and outs, but I will say that the thing that kind of pushed me over the edge on it is giving the applicant and the neighbors finality. This hanging out there is not helping anybody. There'll be ongoing costs for the applicant when we know that the likelihood of a variance is very minimal, and then, the neighbors and the dispute. And so for me, and certainly, John, if you wanted to get more information, kick at a meeting or talk more about it, I'm open to that. I will just say I'm very, very comfortable that everybody knows what's going on here, and there's been ample opportunity for people.
I mean, I'd be willing to do a motion for reconsideration and then maybe vote the same way. But, if someone needed to be heard, I'd be willing to do that. I'm ready to vote tonight.
Okay.
After.
Is there further comments or questions for the attorney?
I have a question, just real quick, just sort of concerning Jim's comment, or I should say, John, that, whether the person has been heard. Didn't you say there was a quasi public hearing on this? Was the?
Well, there was a public hearing at the planning commission for sure,
I
right?
mean, what you said that there was.
And a long
At the
discussion
board
at the
meeting.
board.
And
Yes.
with the.
Yeah, they were present
Yeah.
throughout the
applicant
meeting.
there,
Yes.
so
They
so
were
the person has been
They were there.
heard, certainly, and it's not just
Yeah.
kind of out of the blue, so I just wanted to state.
Somebody
the
initiate the
person has
motion,
been heard.
whatever you
Okay.
do.
I believe there was actually a subsequent meeting, a Zoom meeting with the petitioners as well after that meeting in June.
So I'm comfortable offering the resolution as proposed.
Okay, so it's moved by Flintoff, support by Noel. Unless there's further discussion, I think we don't need to have a roll call vote on this. We can just vote.
I think we should.
Think we should? All right, well, let's vote by roll call then.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brazeau,
Yes?
Noel,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
resolution adopted.
Great, thank you, Attorney Fink. That brings us to the next item.
Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you, James.
And you too, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy.
Don't go yet, it's getting good.
So that brings us to item I2. And this is the Zebra Pathway Phase 6 proposal.
I don't know if this is relevant, but I just saw that Matt Parks had his hand raised.
For this item.
Is it for the new one?
Is this for
Okay.
this item? Yeah, I was just
Good.
about to say,
Okay.
is Matt Parks here?
I think he probably just needs to be elevated. Okay.
Yep. If you could put him as a panelist so he can. You guys playing with Duplo over there? Yeah. Hi, Matt.
Good evening. And yes, I was raising my hand to be added.
Would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, in your packet, you should have a proposal dated November the 8th. This is Zebra Road non-motorized shared use pathway phase 6. And just to make things extra confusing, we've talked about phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 being the northernmost, 6 kind of leapfrogs backwards and goes back over I-94. This is a very preliminary proposal. We've had a couple meetings with MDOT. The Zebra Road Bridge that goes over I-94 is a special span of concrete hollowed core beams. And so MDOT's very particular in what and how things get built on top of it. And also when we're looking to improve the pedestrian corridor over the bridge to connect to Jackson from the existing pathway, they want to make sure they understand what level of barrier needs to be constructed based on speeds, based on different crash requirements. We call those MASH compliance. Or they refer to it as MASH compliance, which stands for Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware. That's MDOT terminology and engineering speak. The number one goal of this proposal is really to kind of determine what they want to see and how can we build it so we can refine our estimate. The township has secured some funding for this. And our preliminary meetings with MDOT were pretty positive. I don't think a lot of different things with signal tweaks and major geometric changes with the exit ramps are going to be necessary. It really boils down to what needs to be built in terms of a barrier and a fence and railing and whatnot. So the purpose of this is if it gets approved tonight and considered by the board and passed, we would get going on this pretty much immediately. And by March or so, we should be able to wrap things up and then really kind of have a conceptual drawing and a better estimate. And really the pathway route evaluation and conceptual drawings, we had analyzed based on where the existing sidewalk and stuff is on the west side. We could look at west side, east side. We'd have to tweak some lanes and whatnot, but that would all be assessed as part of this. And we would involve, especially the township and the TAP committee or whoever wants to be involved in task 2. Task 1's pretty much MDOT. And then, and once we have that, then we would probably present to you a more traditional design proposal with topographic survey and whatnot. So this will get us going. It is pretty hefty price because there's some pretty detailed analysis, but I'm pretty hopeful that we can take a minimalistic approach and still spruce it up and make it much, much safer for the pedestrians to travel from Jackson to eventually the border to border pathway.
Clerk Flintoff.
Just one quick suggestion, a friendly amendment to the model motion to just maybe add after the account number parentheses MEDC grant funds. And then that'll just help us process it. Matt, in March 2021, the board authorized and we expended some combination of OHM and Carlisle Wortman, about 30,000 in concept for this overpass. And I know that was a little bit different type of work, but can you tell me how we can know that this isn't duplicative of the concept funding that we've already provided for this?
I can't speak on what Carlo Ortman did. They may have prepared like a concept drawing to, and which I believe maybe supervisor you might have used to take to Lansing and secure some funding for that. OHM, the only thing OHM's done with this segment in the past, we had looked at some concepts with the road commission and looking at the ZEB road corridor as a whole and improving pedestrian connectivity. But that was more exclusive to if the MAVD development on the northeast corner were to develop and how that traffic would be handled. We haven't really done any bridge analysis in particular. I think Carla Wortman, again, took some concept pictures, maybe took what is down at Ann Arbor Saline Road or what's being currently constructed at Huron and Ipsy, and kind of use that as a conceptual kind of call it planning level document. But we weren't involved in that.
Great, thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Are there other questions for Matt?
I have a
Trustee
question
Noel?
for him. Matt, I know there was discussion about safety measures with the area where the I-94 exit ramp is, and for people turning right and people turning left. How is that going to be made safe?
So are you talking about the exit ramp from westbound 94 to ZEB Road, or are you talking about eastbound 94 to ZEB Road, or both?
Really both, but I'm talking about
One near web the Banfields
yeah,
on the south side.
yeah.
The
South side.
The south side that's both an exit and entrance ramp.
Yeah, and that one is a little uncomfortable. I walked that myself with Anna. And when you're walking southbound and you have to worry about cars coming southbound on ZEB also kind of coming in behind you, it does get a little tricky. One thing that we're exploring, but again, I think this would be part of task number 2, is I think what we would want to do is we would want to extend, there's like an island between the 2 ramps, the one that kind of clover leafs you back to go eastbound back towards Ann Arbor. And then there's the westbound 94 to go onto ZEB Road to turn north or south. I think we want to extend that island out and give a pedestrian kind of safety area where they're only navigating one lane at a time, not being basically told to cross through that pretty long, probably 60 feet, 75 feet wide mouth. That includes both exits. We did check in with MDOT to see if there was a traffic signal warrant established there, which they said no. So good news is they're not going to ask the township to spend $250,000 on a new signal there because it's not warranted. But it does make it a little bit trickier to cross there because there's no push button or anything that would be needed or asked to be installed. Eventually that will come, and that would be MDOT's to do. But right now they're not asking or thinking it's necessary. So there's some different traffic calming things, pedestrian safety measures that I think we can do by extending that island out a little bit more. Maybe better striping, signage, even narrowing the lanes a little bit might control speed. One thing that has been asked, and we have no control of it, it's completely up to the road commission and MDOT, would be speed limit changes. But I don't think that's going to fly with either agency.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Matt. If there are no further questions, then is someone prepared to make the motion as
Yes,
I would say as with the suggested
Yes, I was
addition?
gonna add that.
Okay.
I move we approve the attached OHM proposal subject to township attorney review and to authorize payment in the amount of $41,600 from Parks and Pathways, account 208-753-566, MEDC grant fund, closed paren.
Is there a second?
Support.
So moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. In that case, I think we take a roll call.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brzo,
Yes.
Noel, McLaughlin,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion passes. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too. All right, that brings us to new business. And this, again, I would call up Attorney Fink. This is the agenda item J1, purchase swap of property from Wisely Fix. And this is a purchase agreement that will allow the township to construct a trailhead parking area off of Joy Road for the Van Curler Nature Preserve. Mr. Fink?
Is Mr. Lonick with us?
Oh,
I do
right.
not see him. I asked him to attend. I don't see his name here.
Okay.
You have to speak for him too.
That's all right. This purchase agreement is essentially the culmination of work done by the board with Mr. Lonick's help in 2021, but the transaction was never consummated, and there have been some changes to it. I did not work on the documents myself. Mariah Fink worked on them with Mr. Lonick and made sure that they were in proper order. I can probably answer a specific question about it with a couple of seconds to look at it. But this is consistent with the board's practice of trying to preserve land. And in this one, I believe that both the county and the city of Ann Arbor are participating. So it's another one of the shared costs events that preserves land in the township. And I had a conversation with Mariah today, and the documents are ready for execution if the board approves them.
The process for this became complicated because the property changed hands in the course of the time that the Land Preservation Commission and the Parks Advisory Board were working together to acquire it. That caused a bit of delay, and when we were trying to track it down in our records, a little bit of confusion. Clerk Flintoff.
Oh, yeah, I just want to thank you, Jim and Mariah, for your work on this. You really kind of jumped in and figured out and cleaned it up for us, so thank you. I want to just make sure I'm clear on the model motion that on the money. The total consideration of the 118,174 to be funded between equal shares, that's meaning the third, between the Scio Township Open Space Fund. I would suggest that friendly amendment instead of LPC, Scio Township Open Space Fund, Washington County and City of Ann Arbor. And then it says, and up to 5,000 closing costs to be paid by Scio Township. So is it 118,174 plus 5, a third of 118 plus 5?
Correct. So
Okay,
the
great.
purchase agreement is the equal shares, I believe, equal shares of the 118,174. And then sort of late in the process, we realized that it is the practice of Scio Township in facilitating these to cover the closing costs.
That's fine. And then with that clarification, I would just offer friendly amendments, switch out LPC to Open Space Fund. And at the end, after 5,000 closing costs to be paid by Scio Township Open Space Fund, period.
Open Space Fund to be added twice
Yes,
to
please.
clarify where it's coming from.
Correct.
Okay, with those modifications of the model motion, is someone prepared to make the model motion? Trustee Brazeau, seconded by support. Trustee McLaughlin, and the motion is then to authorize the supervisor to enter into a purchase agreement for the purchase of 8.716 acres of property from Cody Wisely and Megan Fix with a swap parcel of 0.275 acres to be deeded back to Wisely and Fix for a total consideration of $118,174 to be funded with equal shares from the Scio Township Open Space Fund, Washtenaw County, and the City of Ann Arbor, and up to 5,000 in closing costs to be paid by Scio Township Open Space Fund. I think we're ready to call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazo,
Yes.
Noel, yes, McLaughlin,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
motion passes. Thank you, Jim.
That brings us to item J2. This is the request to engage Maynard Costerison for finance and accounting services. And for this, I don't know, Jim, if you want to come back down and, or do you want to speak from up there?
Yes, we discussed this ahead of time already. And this is just the request to allow a letter of engagement for financial services.
Right.
Maynard Costerison.
So you're gonna deny that because she's gonna pick up that ball, right?
No.
No, this is for
Something else?
No, it's more
Not part of
complicated than that.
Other stuff.
There was one little piece that he was
Oh.
talking about as part of their scope of work that the clerk has volunteered to do herself. And the other part of this is the larger scope of work. And there's one thing that I thought I understood about this that you didn't emphasize earlier in your report. And that is that when our search for a finance director did not result in a hire, we got recommendations from Amy Sell, the person who was heading that search process. And her search was her recommendation was to consider an interim finance director and or to hire a firm. And she specifically recommended Maynard Costerison.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, I guess I'd lean on, how do you feel about these guys?
Yeah, I mean, I find this proposal to be a non-starter for. No, for real, because I'll tell you why.
That's a
Because,
no.
what, John?
I said that would be a no.
Oh, yeah, so a non-starter, I'll tell you why, because this seems, I believe we can recruit a great finance director and that we have not yet tried. I'd like to have your working session, try to get that going and get a finance director. This reads to me like inadequate $50,000 temporary, poorly defined scope of work alternative to a very good finance director.
Okay.
So the scope of work is nothing like what I expected. This is very kind of basic stuff. It's not high level. It's not half as specific as some of the other scopes of work we've had out to other consultants over the last year and a half. I'd also say, in terms of the contract, it would be kind of repeating some of the actions that I've objected to that are now pending in court in terms of having the administrator oversee the journals and ledgers of the township. So I think it repeats some of the problems that have wound up.
Okay, so let me just sum that up. So what I think I just heard you say is if we had a finance director, this body of work would be unnecessary because this is something that the finance director would perform.
The finance director would do 3 times this.
Got it. So that's question 1A.
Yep.
Question 1B to that is how pressing is this body of work? If this doesn't get to begin for, let's say it takes us 90 days to hire a finance director, I'm just picking a date, right? We have 1/2/1. Can this be held off till that date?
I believe so. Now, Jim, I read the first set of bullet points, the first 9 bullet points as those that are in the scope of work. I don't see in there anywhere the CD TRS, which I'm happy to do. And so when I'm looking at those first 9 bullet points, we've needed those for a year and a half or 2. 90 more days is not going to break us.
So my suggestion would just be, why don't we see how things go on the breakout session and see how if we come to a resolution on aggressively finding this finance director. If we can't, then hey, I think we just table this for right now. That'd be my recommendation. Hold off, not a bad idea. If we can't find a finance director, maybe a better idea if we can't find one.
I would support that.
Feel about that.
I could just speak to that. We've been looking very hard for finance directors, and I think it's
Jim, I'm gonna argue that. I'm gonna fight on that one. I don't-
It's a pipe dream to think in 90 days you're gonna find a good qualified, unless we look at, the one candidate that Amy Sell wants
Well,
to.
and maybe we exploit that, maybe that's one consideration, but
Maybe it is, but I think that, I think there's enough things that could be pursued and we start to at least move in the right direction.
then I guess,
While we're waiting.
then my challenge would be, why did we do this a year ago?
Well, because we were looking for I can't speak
No.
for a year ago, but I say we've been looking for a finance director, then we were looking for, and the clerk continues to shake her head while I'm speaking, and it's really quite rude and distracting. But we've been looking for finance directors. We looked for an interim finance director with no success over many months. We haven't been dropping the ball to not do this.
Yeah,
And
I'm not saying.
I've made the claim before that people are dropping out, like, they don't even want to consider working here because of the ill-conceived reporting relationship that the clerk is pressing. First off, that's the biggest problem right there. They don't want to get involved when there's a lawsuit as to how that's going to impact them. That's why we started looking at interims where they didn't so much care. They can always drop out. They're an interim, they say, well, now all of a sudden we've got this crazy organizational chart where we report to an elected official instead of the administrator, and then they just say, well, okay, I'm done.
And you know what, I'm sure there's some substance there, I have no doubt.
Right.
I'm not even.
And that's why I said this was our third option, and the board was in fact, this was encouraged by the clerk. Now, the fact that this person wouldn't report to the clerk is, I think, the biggest stumbling block at this point in time. Because of it's just it's not so much the fact that this was asked for by the clerk, but it's not done in the way that she would like to see it done.
I see.
That's at least my belief.
A brief response. Again, I would just disagree. I'm sorry I was shaking my head, Jim. It's just, we have not looked very hard. I know of 2 candidates who are interested, who are not deterred. I think people are heartened that we are getting a more supportive board, who's more consistent about the direction. What we had a year ago was a much more defined high-level scope of work, which I would support, Jim. This is not a high-level scope of work. This is kind of documenting procedures and doing that level of stuff. I believe we can find a finance director. We have not put in the level of effort that we could. And I would just say, Jim, well, there may be some substance there. What you're reporting as the hardships and the stumbling blocks has not been my observation or what I've seen reported by our recruiter. So I would just say this, if we were going to go forward with a consultant, I would want it to be a better scope of work. But I think what's best is to go forward with a finance director. And I feel hopeful that we finally have the political will on this board to really move that forward.
Kathy, no.
Will, you're supposed to be running the meeting.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm,
Sorry.
It's okay. It's
We're all
okay,
team.
Mark.
Yeah.
No
it's
matter.
okay.
I agree with Mark, and I agree with most of what Jessica said. I think we can wait on this. I'm not here every day. Jessica has more of the internal knowledge of the day-to-day issues, as does Jim. But I am concerned about a couple things as I read this, and the paper outlining this motion that says prepared by Jim Murdy, so I have to assume he wrote it. In this, he states that 2 of the candidates withdrew because of the pending clerk's lawsuit. Well, in my opinion, you didn't need to include that. That's inflammatory in the background description of this issue. And she's not the pending clerk. And the lawsuit is not pending. I mean, it was like, this was offensive to me reading it. And you talk about the lawsuit causing problems with recruitment. Think you better step back and re-examine the situation, because the lawsuit is symptomatic of the problems that this board has had. And we have a chance now of changing the dynamic on this board because of new members. So I don't think it's fair to blame Jessica's lawsuit as the cause or the only, as even a factor in the poor recruitment. I would favor waiting until January on this.
I'll make one last comment. The reason you probably have a poor, and to your point, this is poor description of the work they're gonna do, is probably we gave them a poor description of the requirements of what we need. That's typically what happens, right?
Agreed.
So if we're just fuzzy on that, they're gonna come fuzzy back. So again, I'm gonna go back to, I think we can hold off on this. We've held off this long, another 30 days, I think is okay. This may be warranted. I'm not saying that we don't do this, but we've got something else in motion now, as you folks all know, to, I think, address this finance director once and for all. And I think I can get on the front end of the triage side. Part of me is gonna be Mark, the sales guy, to convince these guys or a girl to come to this organization and join us. And then we'll work through the emotion. We're just a big Italian family. We can't tell you, we're just emotional sometimes. So I think we can get by that. So let's just try that. And if not, let's not kill this, keep it alive. Parking lot, as I like to say, just put it in the parking lot for right now.
Yeah, incidentally, I should point out that that Maynard did say, with the exception if we wanted to use them for this CBTRS, they were probably 55 days out before they could actually start to do any work anyways.
Yeah,
so, as I said, I should just warn you, if you're gonna push it back to January and you hire them, you may be 55 days.
That's how everybody is right now. It's fine.
Last responsible moment.
But
Words I live by.
so, it's
responsible.
Are there other comments from?
No.
Yeah, I do have a question.
I was going to say from someone who hasn't spoken.
Oh, sorry. Jim, have you had any dialogue with them on them performing an administrative audit or a forensic audit?
No.
Operational
I don't believe it's warranted, but I
Operational
would
audit.
certainly entertain that if they thought that it was required. And but no, I have not talked to them about doing any sort of an administrative or forensic audit.
I have a question. In terms of urgency, I mean, does this need to be addressed immediately, or can it be safely put aside, considering the fact that the clerk is going to be responsible for that one portion that has a due date?
Let's put it just, everything can be put off. But I had pushback from the clerk asking, well, why aren't we hiring Maynard Costerison? I said, well, we're waiting to see if anything shakes out from doing a search through GovTemp for an interim finance.
For the whole breakout session, Patrick, and why we're gonna try to bring all this resolution. So it just makes sense to do those things first. Right, and shove it back just a little bit. And I really want to do that, all due respect, when Jillian's here as well. I just think I want her part of the process, and she's involved, and she's gonna be here, and was duly elected, so I want to just be respectful of that too, so.
Trustee Riser?
Do we table it to a date without a date, or do we postpone to a certain date? What can you live with?
Well, I think it sounds, I would suggest that it sounds as if we're just tabling it, and that seems to be where we're headed. It doesn't have to be to a date
Then we
certain.
remove from the table when.
It can be picked up at any time when the board chooses, or just left on the table.
John, yeah, we don't, I'm sorry if I may, the tabling, we don't have we're pretty informal about that. We'll keep bringing things back and bringing things back. We don't have a rule on that, John.
That's one thing
I
we all
know
get
some
along on.
places
That's one
do.
thing we all agree on. That's
I know
pretty
some
good.
places do.
So no, well,
Let's relish that.
I'm sorry. I thought when our rules said to lay on the table, we could lay something on the table. My apologies for
And it
looking at our
very-
rules. But
Yeah.
I don't mind postponing to a certain time or laying on the table, whatever the preference of this body is. I'm fixing to do that. Whether that's to the first meeting in January or just table, I would propose we lay it on the table and then we'll bring it back if and when we want to.
Good.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
I move
that
we
is-
table
Okay,
this.
well, before we take,
I'll
I was just gonna say, can I have a chance to make a comment before we?
Sure, sorry.
But there's a motion and a second.
I didn't mean to
Well,
bump.
I didn't call it, I
It-
didn't recognize it, so
it's-
I'm saying,
it
wait,
happened.
pause, just a moment, I get a chance to speak.
I know.
So, what I'd like to say is I see where we're headed, I see that we're headed towards delaying this. I just want to raise the point, as we do so, that we have heard over and over again that people want us to take action.
Mhm.
And we have tried to hire first finance director, full-time, long-term finance director, we struck out. And to Kathy, to your point, we heard from those candidates and we heard from Amy Sell that she heard from candidates that we didn't even get a chance to speak to, that the lawsuit was the factor in their decision to either withdraw or not to apply at all. So it's not some invention from either Jim or anyone else. It's what we heard directly, in some cases, from applicants or from this person who is heading the search. It's not made
My
up.
point, Will, was that the lawsuit was symptomatic
I
of the
understand. I
dysfunction going on
understand.
with this board.
I understand what your point was. I'm not saying that you were wrong in your interpretation. I'm just saying that we heard that it was a fact. It was a fact. It's not, something that was just, some made up thing. So there's that. And this was, I think, Jim's good faith effort to try and respond to the desire for taking action when other things failed, to try and get a handle on the finances. And if the board is, in a mindset to sort of give another try to recruiting either a interim or a full-time, long-term finance director, I think that's great. But, we heard from a lot of people, not just, Amy Sell's recommendation that this was a good idea. And at some points, not even a year ago, there were, proposals to do this that were getting support from people who are now opposing this particular proposal.
I'm not criticizing the motion.
No,
Yeah, so I mean, you sound like you're defending something that I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm thankful for the research you did to it. And I'm saying this could very well pass unanimously at some point in the future. I'm just saying, it would have been better. I don't know how it could have been better. but-
Let's just do this. Let's see how things go on the third. If things go just south on the third, man, hey, this is coming back up on the 13th. How about
I
that?
know that we're headed towards tabling. I just wanted to, say my piece about this before we did
Yeah, I
so
get
and
it.
moved on.
I'm not casting any aspersions.
No, I didn't think you
Or
were.
you
I
or
didn't think you
Jim or
were. I
you
think
or-
there's, it's just ironic to me that here's a proposal that, if it had been David Rowley bringing it forth last spring,
I would love it then.
some of the people who were, opposed to it now would have been, chastising those who are tabling it.
And if I could, the scope of work was totally different. So it's not ironic. These aren't to be compared. It's not just about the name. It was actually substantively very different in terms of the scope. So Jim, thank you for your work. If this were to come back, I would suggest that I and some others work on the scope of work to take it to the level where we would need it.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So we heard a motion from trustee Riser, and I think there was a second from trustee
To
Noel
table
to
until,
table.
if and when the board decides to bring it
voice. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. It is tabled. That brings us to agenda item 3, which is J3, excuse me, which is to authorize the engagement with PM Gap for implementation of fixed assets module. And this is offered or submitted by the clerk. Would you like to introduce it?
Sure. Same thing I submitted to the board 3 weeks ago. They'd be available, PM Gap, who's helping us with our chart of accounts. They wouldn't be available before January 2023. But again, the objective here is to get our fixed assets in place before the end of this fiscal year when they're audited, so that we have a set of assets that's not just current, but properly classified and up to date with current GASB standards. We have assets that shouldn't be considered assets, some that could be, and so we need some expertise to go in there. We have the fixed assets module, which is the 8th of the 8 financial modules of BSNA, but we need somebody to help us develop a capitalization policy and train how to use it.
What, they want 15 grand to do that?
Up to, it'll be actual costs, and
That's
I'll do as much as I can.
That's cheap, actually. In my experience of hiring software,
And the funds have,
people to come configure software.
the funds have been budgeted and are available.
I'll set the motion to say yes or whatever.
You would like to make the
I would
motion?
like to make the motion. Thank
So the
you.
model, okay, so we have motion by Brazeau, support by Knoll. The model motion is to authorize, I think it's meant to say to authorize
Thank you.
the expenditure of up to 15,000 in budgeted funds from 101-191 accounting activity, and to authorize the proposed letter of engagement with PM Gap for implementation of fixed assets module dated October 17th, 2022. Is there further discussion?
Is there anything I should know about? Is there any gotchas? Is this somehow gonna come into the lawsuit or books and records or anything like that? Or is this kind of a no-brainer and I should just vote for it?
Well, has it been reviewed by an attorney?
No, it's not been reviewed by an attorney. We could add that to the, there's no gotchas that I've gotcha on. There's nothing on here. The only thing that, I think he put in that I would sign the contract and Will should sign the contract, and we can change that, but that's just, this is their standard contract that's been approved before by our attorney, so we could say,
You'd add an amendment to the motion to make it subject to attorney review and to authorize the supervisor to sign the proposed letter of engagement.
yeah,
And that would be a friendly amendment to the,
yep.
well, asking the maker of them.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
No, this is straightforward, John.
Now, one thing that I had understood about this particular task, and I confess I am not immersed in this, but that there had been an attempt to get this accomplished before, that the finance manager had run into a roadblock that is really not something that can be solved by PM Gap, and that is getting cooperation from the various township staff.
Yep, I'll take the lead on that.
Yeah, somebody's got to be the
It's no
project
problem.
manager on our side. They have their project manager. We have to.
Yeah, I got that. It was Rebecca has 84,000 things going on. She tried once. I only have 83,000 and I'll try more than
Project
once.
plan, 1-page project plan, you write up for this thing, who's doing
Yeah.
what and when, and who's responsible, deliverables, dependencies.
Because it's not just the cleaning up, it's the reclassification. And so it'll work well with implementation of this chart of accounts.
All right, are there further questions or comments? In that case, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we can move on to item J3. Now, Jim, this is another one that you put in. This is to clarify language in the employee.
Actually, didn't we stick G12 in here?
Yes, yeah, we did.
Yep, G12, thank you.
Oh, thank you, sorry, I didn't.
No.
Unless you guys want to wait even longer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at G12 and I was thinking that.
That's right.
The other one from Jim. They're both from Jim. So Jim.
7 a.m. tomorrow.
So Jim, this is another one that you put in. You put it originally on the consent agenda. Would you like to introduce it?
Sure. Lieutenant Beard had requested the ability to purchase service credits, which requires, or MERS, I should say, requires the board approve whether it's funded by the municipality or whether it's funded by the employee, that it has to have approval from the local governing body by resolution. I don't believe that this is qualified to have funded by the taxpayers. So I entered in a self-funded request for approval of this resolution for Lieutenant Baird to be allowed to purchase service credits through MERS.
Can you explain the sort of, I mean, does everyone sort of understand what this is at stake here?
Understand it. Does anybody, what you can do if your defined benefit plan or your retirement is based on a certain multiplier in the number of, it's multiplied by your final salary or your final 3 years of salary times a certain multiplier times the number of years that you've worked. It benefits employees if they can to purchase. So if you had, say, worked 30 years, you could actually buy it under the 5 years and actually enhance your retirement at the tail end. So it's as though you worked 35, when in reality you only worked 30.
Who pays for that?
That's the question.
Well, no, as I say, this is an opportunity, and this is very common for teachers, not as much for municipal workers, but teachers have been doing this for years, where they purchased early on in their careers, say 5 years of service, so they can retire, say after 20 years, and their retirement was based on 25 years of service.
I understand, but who pay? Okay, so they're retiring now with a
It's
higher.
almost always paid by the employee.
So, I mean, is it the FAC, is it the FAC times however many times whatever the multiplier is, like
That's correct.
FAC 3,
Just like the city
FAC
of Ann
5?
Arbor,
Pardon?
just like the city of Ann
So
Arbor.
FAC 3 times 2.25, 1.75, 2.5, whatever the multiplier is, correct?
Yes.
And so they're allowed to, at the county, you are allowed to buy time, provided that time you worked it at some other municipality or subject to a pension. So you had to, one, have the time in, and then two, you had to pony up the cash.
This is different.
And then you were allowed to sometimes pay that cash over time, but you had to have earned the time, and then you had to pony up the cash, and then you got a bigger benefit. So, I mean,
I don't know what the county does.
well,
but I
there's
know
county
the-
cities, I mean,
I know with the teachers.
yeah,
they're-
teachers, counties, cities, a lot of municipalities, governments, people have, the old pension folks had.
Right, well, let me explain a little bit about it, because you brought up the point of being able to pay it over time. At least the teachers' retirement system, but while they actually had defined benefits available in the state of Michigan, were allowed to actually pay a certain amount out of every paycheck.
Is that a function of union contract and a function of the MERS contract?
No, well, it's a function, this is a function, in this case, in the teacher's case, it's important to explain.
Let's say that we're not talking about a teacher,
No,
we're talking about a
it's important to
firefighter.
explain what they have and what the differences with MERS. That's what I'm trying to get to.
And I don't need that explanation. I get all that because I'm a retiree myself. I work with union negotiations, so I get all this. So, I mean, maybe these people. have
MERS
questions.
does not allow you to pay overtime. That's what basically.
Yeah, the questions I have are, what does our union contract say? What does the MERS ordinance say? And with respect to purchase of time.
I happen to be the union president, so I could answer that for you. Absolutely nothing in there. in the union contract for purchasing years of service? Yes, no, nothing. Like, I think like Jim was saying, it's up to this board.
So it's silent on it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's up to the board to make a resolution to authorize it. MERS has to get authorization from a governmental body to allow this to happen. Whether I buy it, they buy it, or we split it, or whatever different financial way of doing that, it has to be authorized by the
But
board.
MERS must anticipate it because there's what.
Oh, yeah, there's a resolution, yeah.
So it's not, it's something that MERS.
Happens probably all the time.
Okay, and then they say and then in this document that I'm looking at, it says the total cost is due in full at the time of purchase and may be paid either by the participant or the employer. And sometimes when there are buyouts or when there are severances that don't go well for people and they negotiate that kind of stuff. So in looking at the document that I was provided as part of the packet, it says it's due in full at the time of the purchase. Who can afford 92K? Some people can. They afford, they turn in, they use the pensions that they got the other places. So or by the participant or the employer. So does MERS want their money up front?
Yes, so I talked to Dawn Grabinski, I think she's the benefit plan
Yes.
coordinator for us. I asked her just yesterday via email if it gets authorized, no matter how it gets authorized tonight, if it's a split cost, I'm doing it, whatever have you. I asked her, because the estimate is only good for 60 days. So end of November, this estimate expires, you gotta do a new one, stuff like that. So I asked her, do you need the funds by the end of the month? She says, no, you don't, but it has to be within a reasonable time. I didn't ask what reasonable time is, I'm sure.
The deadline is for our approval.
Correct. Now, I'm sure she'd probably be upset or MERS would be upset if it's 4 months down the road and no one's done anything yet. So I think reasonable time would probably be for them 2 weeks, a month, something like that. And that's my biggest thing. I don't have $92,000 laying around. And that's why I'm here asking if.
And I was a union president for 15 years and neither did my colleagues, and they didn't do what you are asking us to do.
Okay.
And the question I have are what other employee groups were subject to DBs back in the day? And did we do for them what you're asking us to do for you?
So there are 4 of the 6 firefighters on the pension that have gotten years of service law.
Non-firefighters.
Here, we're the only union here at the South
I
Township.
know, but did other people have pensions?
Yeah, but prior to 2016, all employees hired prior to 2016, I think June, something like that, they have pensions.
So
Everyone's defined contribution from here on out.
do we do this for other pension earners?
I don't think anyone else has asked,
John,
to my
I
knowledge.
can provide that history. And I will say, I had to kind of pull it together the last couple days. We have the defined benefit plan for the firefighters that only 6 are still members of. We have done something, we have straight up paid, not loan, paid for a certain dollar amount of service credits for 4 of the 6. Lance and 1 other remain as 2 that we have not done that for. I'm not saying we are going to or owe it, but there is precedent.
And precedent is an important factor, but equity is a factor.
Absolutely.
Like, did Murdy, you get a retirement?
Oh, yeah, I got a retirement.
And did you boost your pension through service purchase? No. Did others who retired from your era do this?
No.
So what I'm getting at is, it doesn't seem fair, or it can have the appearance of not being fair to do for one employee group subject to pensions that we don't do for other, just because one group asks or the other didn't know to ask. It's not a negotiated benefit, and it's not in accordance with, it may be paid in full. And so if we've got groups out there that are called Scio Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, they'd be pulling their hair out unless we want to do it because it's the right thing to do for firefighters.
And John, I couldn't agree with you more. This was done for 2 firefighters in 2016 and 2 firefighters in 2019.
And now we're back to the SAD. This is how we've always done it.
So
the 3250 fees.
Right, so what ideally, what I would like is.
I mean, I get that I'm animated, but I'm not upset. I'm not mad at you. I appreciate your service, but I'm just, this is a policy discussion about trying to do the right thing.
I agree. So what I want to say is what I would like, and why I was frustrated with the way this was presented to us is, and so one, I don't know, Lance, what the burden is about getting another estimate, where that pushes us back to. But I would like this board to take a little time, look at, what's fair, what's responsible, because I do believe, and it is documented in some of these, in 2 of the 4, that part of the reason for doing it was to actually incentivize retirement at an earlier age for firefighters because of the particular work that they do. So that may be of interest to the township. I'm not saying it is, but that was the rationale for that and the reason why we would treat the firefighter.
Is their multiplier the same? Is other benefit, was their multiplier the same, 225? Was everybody on 225 or was theirs higher?
No, there are 4 different plans here.
Okay, and what are the multiplier plans?
I don't know off the top of my head. Do you, Jim?
It's 1.5 for everybody except firefighters.
And they've already got 2 point what?
2.25.
Okay, so they've already got 50% higher. I'm just.
I agree. There's a big
I get that I'm
discussion.
looking like a schmuck here.
No, you're not.
But we, we've got the obligation to guard the treasury and to not do sweetheart deals.
Well, I agree. I'm just saying, we don't have the right
I
information
mean, I
in
could
front
end
of
up
us.
voting
that-
for this, but based
No.
on precedent and.
No, I'm not saying we do, John. I'm saying we don't have the right information in front of us to make a good decision tonight.
But isn't he under the gun with the deadline?
That's what I was asking him.
So yeah, I mean, I can't tell you if we have to get another estimate, how much it will increase. $5, $5,000, I have no idea what the estimate for right now is compared to if we run. This did take about, I think it was June, July, I think I started this, chief, and it just got to me end of September.
And what year do you plan on retiring?
So if I may, there's 2 things this can do, is get you closer to eligibility for retirement or pad your pension. I'm not looking at it to retire earlier. With MERS rules, anything over a 2% multiplier, you only get 80%, you only get up to 80% max of your FAC. So what you do, so like right now, if you look on there, take 27 years times the 0.0225, and I think it comes around like 60-some%. So I'm only getting 60% of the FAC. If you do 35 years and 6 months, that's when you hit 80%. So for me, just looking at the 2041 thing, if I get 5 years bought, do an extra 3 years and 6 months, 7 months, my benefit will go up by $32,000 for that year. Moving forward.
So you're asking us to finance, maybe, I don't know what you're asking us, but you want us to finance a $92,000 loan so you can get a bigger pension at the end of the day.
Correct.
Which is a bold ask when we don't do that for other employees.
No, I definitely would pay it back. That's the big thing too, is I don't have a 92, but I'd be willing to enter into some sort of payment plan.
And Lance, just one more time for us, because this has gotten so muddled. What is
Oh, I don't
your
think it's
ask?
muddled.
What?
I think it's the opposite of muddled.
Okay, well,
I think it's clear.
okay, let me
I don't need your help.
Okay, sorry.
okay, let me finish. What is your ask of us?
So number 1, to authorize to be able to purchase 5 years of service. And there's either 2, either do what happened with the 4 previous people, some sort of agreement for the township pays X amount, I'll pay X amount, whatever it is, or would the township be willing to give me a loan? Now, I will say that I'm allowed to, as you can see on the very bottom underneath the total amount, I do have roughly, as it stands right now, $29,527.51 between a traditional 401 and my 457 that I could, it's not in there, that I can use to roll over to purchase this. So if I were to get a loan, it would only be all around $60,000, $62,000, the difference between that, if that's the way to go. So it's ultimately what I like, 5 years bought, yes. So how it happens, it doesn't really bother me.
So listen, I'm a compromise kind of guy, so I'm not here to say no.
No, yeah, no.
Although, it looks like it. So here's the question I have. Dan Burke, how many years of being a firefighter did he have?
Oh, let's see, that was 2016. Dan is eligible to go in 2 years with 25 years of service.
So how many,
24,
so Dan Burke, how much time, how many years did he have?
6 years ago, he had. I don't know if the years of service.
And I'm gonna ask,
But,
the same question is gonna be asked for Holzer and then ultimately you,
yep,
so that you know where I'm going.
yep. So I know Brian. I work with Brian. Brian got hired in 1997.
Is that Brian Holzer?
Brian Cook.
Okay.
He got hired in 1997 full-time.
And I have the number of years we bought, if that's helpful.
So I guess,
So I'm thinking, so that's, he had what, 19 years then? Correct?
he had 19.
97 and 2016, this was done, right?
And how many years do you have in?
As of right now, here at Scio is 8 years and 6 months.
So you've got 8.5, this guy had 19.
Yep.
So there's an apple v orange.
Yep.
That might, you know, gravitate one way or the other with respect to this. I just don't like the loosey-goosey of this, to be honest with you, and I don't like the unfairness to other people who are on pensions, because shouldn't we do for them what we do for one other group?
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
John, can I offer a
Yeah,
suggestion?
sorry,
I sense what you're sort of wrestling with.
And I am.
What I was gonna suggest is that it seems like the first thing that Lance needs is approval for the opportunity to do this. And then there's this other question of whether the
The Bank of
township,
Scio Township.
yeah, whether the township participates in some way. And in some ways, we could resolve the first issue, and then there could be, you know, you could come back with a second proposal after you've had a chance to, you know, sort of look at what you're able to pull together from other sources and what information you're able to assemble about some of these other folks who had.
No, if I could, sorry, I mean, I agree with you on the first step. Like, one, I'm supportive of allowing you to purchase whatever you want to purchase, okay? My question procedurally, and that's why I raised it, Jim, with the resolution you put in versus the MERS resolution, is don't we have to have a number before we do that? To do that first step, Will?
Well, there's a resolution attached.
Is this resolution gonna work, Jim? Because it's not the resolution that.
Where is the resolution?
That refers to a resolution.
This one?
No, they say that what MERS gives you is refers to a resolution.
It's not the actual green resolution we usually do. Okay.
Yeah, no, this resolution will be just fine. It's
Well, I would make the model motion to adopt the attached resolution allowing Lieutenant Lance Beard to purchase up to 5 years of service credit through the township's retirement plan. Is there a second?
I would ask for a friendly amendment to say whereas the township has submitted. There's just a scrivener's error on the resolution. It says whereas the city has submitted.
Where are you seeing that?
It's the last
Whereas.
Looks like
Oh, you're right.
Copy and paste
I
it.
didn't see that. Whereas the township, okay.
I thought Murdy had plans for us.
The city of
Sorry about
Scio. All right, that's an acceptable, so are you seconding the motion?
I would.
Okay, so motion by Hathaway, support by Riser. Unless there's further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
And just the only other discussion would have had is, and then we need to regroup and talk about financing and contributions and funding of it. That's a different issue, correct?
I agree, and
That's
I,
not right, that's not before us right now, but it could be at a future meeting.
I'd like to move on
Right.
to agenda
Wait.
item J4. This
Wait.
is the revision to the personnel handbook.
we need to plan this.
Would you like to introduce this agenda item? Jim, this is the one that I thought I was referring to earlier.
It's okay.
You ready?
Somebody has to.
Yes, I need to bring it up.
Oh, okay. So this is what I was starting to talk about earlier. This is the personnel handbook. There's this question about what the language, the existing language of the personnel handbook means, whether it's clear enough. And because that question was raised, it was suggested actually by the township attorney that one way to resolve that question would be to clarify. And that is what this particular agenda item is intended to do, is to clarify what has raised questions in the personnel handbook in terms of hiring, the authority of the township administrator to hire temporary seasonal employees. Jim, are you ready?
Right, well, you explained it quite well. I've attempted to use the language in the existing personnel policy that allows the administrator to hire and fire temporary seasonal employees. Got pushback in saying that it doesn't say that I don't have that authority. So we asked Attorney Homier to review and find out what we need to do to correct that so that the authority is very clear that the administrator does have that authority. The language was crafted by Attorney Homier such that the authority is very clear. I think it was clear from the get-go that that's what the board intended. But apparently it wasn't clear to everybody. So that's why we asked Attorney Homier to clarify and correct some language. It's very small, very minor changes. And Attorney Homier is here if we have questions.
Well, I guess if the question is first for Attorney Homier.
No, I just have a policy comment.
Oh, all right.
So I would say this isn't a question of clarification. This is a policy change. This is a policy change to the personnel handbook. First of all, our personnel handbook needs a lot of work. The chief administrative officer, we're never quite sure who that is, doesn't matter. Let's all assume it's the administrator. But what this is Jim has tried to hire Nancy Colasante without bringing position approval to the board. I said, nope, that's not how we've done things. That's not how prior people have interpreted it. That's not what this said. Our township attorneys agreed. Jim felt frustrated. Then Jim Murdy, not Jim Fink. Then Jim Murdy brought forth, we need an AV tech. I'm hiring this AV tech, Sandy's daughter. So first it was Sandy's friend, then it was Sandy's daughter. And he's saying, I have the authority to do this. I said, no, you don't. And by the way, we don't need one. I would also say, this is a bad policy change to make when we have a interim administrator who is outgoing. And also we have, I think, 4 to 5 empty positions right now. We have $1 million deficit in our general fund. This is no time to be giving more latitude to staff people to create more positions and expenses when we need to be honing in. So I would be happy to consider this in a future when we have a finance director and some stronger administration. But I think at this point, it would be irresponsible, particularly because we just have the 2 most recent examples of Jim trying to hire Sandy's friend and then Sandy's daughter. I don't want to keep having this.
Yeah, all right, so how about this? They have the authority to hire somebody, but with approval of they run it by the trustees or something like that. It's not like you guys are hiring and firing people left and right and bringing all these seasonal people. I don't think that you are. Maybe I need to be standing corrected. So if this is an on occasion thing, fantastic. You want to hire somebody, it's a seasonal thing, run it by the board. we'll get you on the docket, we'll get it approved or
He's
whatever.
saying, don't run it by the board.
No, that's the
That's what
point,
the
that's the
change would
point.
be.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm finding the compromise. Compromise, as I'm saying, let's just run it by the board. It's not that many people that were hired.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
but
the big
but see,
deal?
that's
And that's
basically
fine with
saying, why, we could just forget this then.
Yeah,
We could
why
just
don't we
leave it
do
the way
that?
it is, because
Yeah.
that's the point.
Let's
The
do
language,
that.
well, see, but Jessica, you characterize this as a policy change.
It
And what I'm,
is.
no, what it is it's saying, this is what the handbook says. It says that there's these categories of employment that are to be approved by the board. And there's this special category where there's some latitude for the administrator
I
to
get
take
you.
action.
So why don't we just eliminate that paragraph? I hear what you're saying. I agree with you, Will, by the way. I do actually agree with Will on that front. What I'm proposing though, is why don't we whack that? It's not that often that it happens. I don't think Jim Burke at this juncture cares, because it's gonna impact him.
I do care,
Well,
actually.
We're beyond 11
There,
o'clock.
aren't there some pretty innocuous people, like, do we have, like, I don't know, I don't want to insult anyone, what they do, but do we have like some seasonal park employees or something pretty
No.
low level? Do we have any? I don't know.
We have so few, and I'll just say, John, I agree with where you're going for efficiency. This is not the right time, and you need to look at the personnel handbook, not just what's been excerpted for you, because it's the way these interact. I would just say, you know, I would just say that I would make a motion to keep the language as is. And, you know, if in the future, we can improve this or other areas of it, but I don't want to give more latitude for hiring right now when we're in such transition.
Before we move to making motions, I would like to call on Mike Homier, who drafted this change. to
At your
to explain
request.
it. Well, yeah, so
But I don't have a legal question. Who
I
does?
do.
Okay,
I
what's
have-
your
I
legal
have-
What's your
I
legal
have a
question?
legal question to explain why this language needs, whether this language needs clarification at all. I mean, if we leave it the way that it is, it could be interpreted the way that we would.
That we've
say that this-
interpreted it for 20 years, true.
My concern is that, like, you've got it now that he wants to hire his crony and it looks like you want
To come to the board. As it always
But if he
has.
wasn't hiring a crony, would you deem as a crony? This wouldn't be an issue. Did you bring up this issue of the other part-time people that he hired?
There haven't
There haven't been
He
any.
just said he hired 3 other people this year. I just asked.
No.
No,
No.
that's how many we have right now.
No.
part-time.
Oh. that's what-
No, we're at 100% with cronies.
Okay,
Yeah, that's my issue.
that's why I asked.
Yeah.
How many
And there's a
temporary?
plan, and then-
So you don't hire that many temporary people to begin. That's my
No, they're
question.
tiny.
So how many people have we hired in the last 12 months as temporary people
We have 1, 2,
that we've hired? We have temporary people. How many have we hired in the last 12 months?
you mean actually, the board is like, or
The board has
You've
hired one.
gone and hired. Somebody has gone and hired a new role, new position in the last 12 months.
I've only hired one person.
Okay, so one person.
With
involved.
board approval,
With board approval. Okay, so why can't we keep it
as is.
as is with board approval? Is there something wrong with that? Or?
No,
Who
no,
cares?
makes sense.
it's just, it's just, yeah.
No, I mean, why do you care?
They're,
Am I missing something?
yeah, yeah, but that's all right. No, yeah.
I must have missed the meeting.
Yeah, no, you're not missing the meeting, you're missing the dynamics, but that's okay. Yeah.
This is not a hill for me to die.
No,
on.
I agree, and I think,
Why
well,
are we even talking about this?
yeah, I don't mean to criticize you or anyone here, it's just, I do relish an 11-10 fight over very little.
Let's say you, attorney.
I'm gonna.
Attorney one, attorney two,
No,
let's say you.
see, I think this is picayune to the bigger issue of us having a permanent administrative officer. Jim's announced his retirement in 60 days and he probably can't count those days fast enough. So I don't know how much, as a practical matter, how many people he's gonna be hiring before he leaves on February 1st.
It's not personal to Jim. It's been made personal.
But it's become so.
Yes.
It's become so.
Yes.
I sense that it has become so. And so if he's leaving in 60 days,
and we're gonna get somebody else in, and we're gonna get finance in. Do we need to revisit this now?
No.
I mean,
We need
if
to
the answer
revisit
is, then say yes and I'll vote on this. But I don't know that we need to do this tonight with Murdy, God bless him, riding out to the Sunsite Phase 2.
So you would table this again?
No, I wouldn't make a motion.
Yeah.
I'd just leave it status quo. Just let it.
Yeah, I would make a motion to just leave it as is. I
I don't
think.
know that we need a motion for that.
Okay, then we don't need a
We
motion.
just don't
Just
take
move
action.
forward. Yeah, but I would say our personnel handbook does need a lot of work in the future when we have the right people to do that work.
Yeah. Sounds like an HR thing.
Well, I'm not sure that the people that we have right now, including our interim administrator, are the wrong people. But I agree that we are looking forward to hiring a really good finance director. So with that, in action on this item, we are now confronted with the fact that we are past 11 o'clock. And by our rules of order, we must, as a body, vote whether to continue with any of the unfinished items on our agenda or move straight to public comment.
I'd make a motion to continue. We just have a few short, important items, and I would also like to, at the end of our meeting, acknowledge Patrick and give him some gratitude and also swear in Jillian Carey since this is the last public meeting.
So we're moving to continue.
I would move to continue.
And at 11:30, I can move to adjourn because if we want to do that, we can do that. We don't have to continue ad nauseum, correct?
I think that's what our rule says is ad nauseum, yeah.
Well, I think actually you can make a motion to adjourn at just.
Yeah.
No,
We can make
I
an
was
motion.
just saying.
No,
I'm good for 5 or 10 more minutes, but I'm not good for midnight.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
it.
either.
Amen. Okay,
I've
let's
been
go.
up
Quick.
since 4
Now,
a.m.
all these things. Let's see how fast we can do this.
So
We proved how slow we can do things.
motion to continue.
So motion to continue, is there support?
Yes.
All right, so Flintoff, motion, support, Brazeau, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Okay, J5, call for special meeting.
Yes, this is your,
While he's
Would
up,
you
can we
like
move
to-
to J6 real quickly? Out of order? Because I think J6 is I move that we either put all the pleadings up or none of the
Yes.
pleadings up.
Yes, and that's what I said in the past too. All or nothing.
so we have a motion by Riser,
I'll support it.
support by
Yes.
Noel, to put all of the pleadings there, so that would be.
Or none. We handle
Oh,
everything
no,
the same
transparency,
way.
man. They all go in.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying,
Oh,
all of the
oh,
pleadings, that's what I said.
Yep. Oh.
I'm just clarifying what the
Yep,
motion
and
is.
I would like them to be listed chronologically
Yep.
as filed. That way no one looks like we're trying to, the most important ones are first and the really bad ones on the other side are at the bottom. Just chronologically, list all pleadings.
Okay.
And
Is
to
there- are there-
clarify, is it just for this one case or for any
Well,
litigation?
let's do this one case right now.
Okay, I just wanted to be
Let's
clear on the
let's
motion.
not bite off more than we need to chew.
Agreed.
All right, so is there any further discussion?
Thanks, Chief, we're done.
Motion?
Pardon?
Oh, do I need to?
No,
It's
it's a
a-
motion's been made and seconded.
Second.
I'm just wondering if there's, before we take a vote, I'm just wondering if there's any further comment, and if there isn't, then we can just vote.
You do a good job running these meetings, by the way. I want to give this guy a lot of credit for that.
Are you raising your hand to?
To vote, I'm voting yes.
Oh, I see, okay, let's,
Keep us going. Somebody's got to do that.
so all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, so that motion passes.
Look at that.
So now we are back to J5, which is the call for a special meeting of the Board of Trustees to hear and discuss recommendations from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. Clerk Flintoff, this is yours. So please.
Chief, turn it over to the chief.
So I'll offer a little bit of background. Our last meeting, the committee wanted to schedule a meeting with the Board of Trustees, get that on the book so that we can go over our findings. The committee was tasked with making recommendations, and they had until, I believe, either the 1st of December or the 8th of December to conclude their work. And the original objective was to get that before the board, before their December meeting.
That said, I would suggest,
December 1st was the target.
I can't remember if it's the first or the 8th. I assumed this would be a easy agenda item and did not come prepared. I apologize.
The thing that you distributed today says no later than December 1st.
okay. So I would say, given our prior conversation, it sounds like the board, you know, we don't have much capacity for another meeting in December. I would wonder if we could set a special meeting for a date and time in January for the purpose of hearing and discussing recommendations from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. I wonder if we could do this at a regular meeting, Chief, or given, I will say again, the committee's done awesome comprehensive work and it deserves 2 hours of our attention. So do y'all want to do that at a regular meeting or a special meeting?
I would say a working session where we're just talking about it.
Okay.
Can we, if we do it in January, is that okay?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And working session in January to be scheduled?
Yeah.
Can we do it on a Tuesday night? Can we do it on the other Tuesday night?
So like the 17th? That's the Tuesday after MLK. That would work for me.
So that would have us meeting 10, 17, and 24 during
Yeah.
January?
Yeah, but honestly, January's gonna be here. I would prefer to get it on the calendar now because
No.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what he's saying.
I'm trying to lock us in.
I know.
I just want to,
I'm agreeing with you.
or Tuesday, 10, 17, and 24, with the 17 being a special meeting.
Yeah, so we could do, yeah, that's great. So to set a special meeting, I'd like to make a motion to set a special meeting for January 17th at 7 PM for the purpose of hearing and discussing recommendations from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. Is that agreeable, John? Would you like to say?
Yeah, no, I'll speak up if I want to, but no, that's fine, yeah.
That is after MLK weekend?
Correct. Yeah. Would that work for you, Chief?
Yes, I'll be skiing the weekend before, so.
Okay.
At Boyne.
Mountain Highlands.
Oh,
Be careful, that's a slippery slope.
it is. I
Okay,
have
so-
tumbled down it more than once.
I made a motion. Is there a second?
So we have a motion by Flintoff, second by Noel. Is there further discussion? Oh, we could wait for just a minute. So
Can I ask,
what I would propose is that we also,
I have a discussion. Is there gonna be a presentation?
Yes.
And will the presentation be provided to us in writing and ahead of time and all that stuff?
So it can be, the problem is there's a lot of explanatory material that goes into the slides.
I understand that, but I would much rather read something ahead of time and ask questions than read something on a screen that you get us in advance. So
I'll get it to you week before.
I'm just asking that you provide as much of your presentation as you can in advance. So that we're not just having to see it for the first time. It'd be nice to have it in a packet. We're supposed to have things in the packet a preceding Thursday.
well, I thought the report was supposed to be done in December.
Should be, yes.
Why don't we just get the report as soon as it's done and then we'll
Yeah, but
have
he
the
might have
scheduled
some-
time to discuss it.
A report's one thing, but there might also be a dog and pony show, a la Mark Rizzo.
I'm not saying no meeting, I'm just saying get the report as early as possible.
I will get those all to you as early as possible.
Thank you, Chief.
And in advance of the meeting.
No, I'm just saying, if there's to be a presentation that's supplemental to your report, please get it to us
Yeah, that's what I
when you
said.
can. That's all I may say.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there further discussion or questions? In that case, we have a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right.
I have another motion. Oh, we have public comment, but then I'm gonna want.
Well, we actually have a request
Yeah.
for a swearing in before public comment.
Yeah, and I first wanted to do two things. One, I want to thank Patrick McLaughlin for his service. This is his last public meeting. You've been very pleasant and kind to work with. Your attendance has been better than anybody else's. And I want you to know I've noticed that. And so I want to thank you for your service during this interim time, Patrick.
I think I hold the record.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's been here every time.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So Patrick, you
But
make
this
me
is
us
still
look
about
bad. That's why I'm
Patrick.
here. You make the two of us.
Well,
look bad.
I just wanted to say,
It's not about you.
I know it's not about
So
me,
I just
but if you're
wanna
gonna
thank
say
you,
better than
Patrick,
anyone.
and everybody give Patrick a round of applause. And thank you.
Oh, stop.
And I also wanted to say, Patrick is serving as trustee until November 20th at noon, at which point Jillian takes office, having been duly elected on November 8th, and the Board of Canvassers having certified the vote this morning. And so with that, I'd like to swear in Jillian.
All right.
Okay,
I got it.
it's our last public opportunity to do so.
What you're saying is the swearing in will take effect
November 20th.
Thank you.
at noon on the 20th.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Swearing her in now to be effective November 20th.
And you earned it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
And I hold the record. I've been to every board meeting except 2 in the last 4 years, so.
Ah, well, she's got you.
No one can beat that.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Okay.
So.
Jim, do you mind getting Jillian on camera here? You can go here. Jim's
She
gonna.
pushes me over.
Yeah. I'll stand here.
Wait,
All right.
Here?
Yeah, and then you can fit, yeah. Oh, we
Wait.
got this.
do I look at
You're
you?
good. Sure. Yeah, we'll do it this way. All right. So Jillian. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of Township Trustee
the duties of the office of the Township Trustee
in and for the Township of Scio,
and
in and for
the Township of Scio,
Scio, in the County of
in
Washtenaw,
the County of Washtenaw,
State of Michigan,
State of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Jillian. Trustee Carey. All right, you could please sign here,
Okay.
right there.
Right under my name.
Well, we're almost at public comment.
Oh, is this the? Oh, yeah. No, I'm above your name.
Thank you, Jillian.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Now we will move to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. And Trustee McLaughlin, one more time, will you serve as our timekeeper?
I will.
Oh, I can speak here.
Then I'm willing to turn over the timer.
You don't have to.
Oh, yes, I do. Can I? Okay. I was just, everybody. So one of the things, and this has been brought up many times, we have our employees here, we had Jim Fink, we had other people that were waiting for their presentation. I prefer for those to be, like, we had a couple things that were just discussed, a couple items. So anybody that's waiting, could we have those agenda items above? And then we can go about our business. It's just, we need to show them respect. Firefighters, they work 12 hours. And I think he said he has a shift tomorrow at 7, so. Yeah, but this was one of our better meetings, and Patrick, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
You have been a gentleman through all of this, and we have a bond because we went through an election together and we are, campaigning. It's really a tough job.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Pam Boyd, still a Scio resident. Trustee McLaughlin, thank you for your service for these long months on the board. I hope you continue to volunteer on the Scio committees. I will see you in the future at the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority meetings. So we'll see each other again. Interim Administrator Murdy, I thank you too for your service. I've been hard on you. I make no apologies for that. While you will still be on this board for another 3 months, I do wish you a happy retirement plan. Jillian, whoo, lady. I know you will hit the ground running, and I'm so proud of you as a resident and a friend. To trustees Brazeau and John. Riser, thank you. I hope you've been reading the Scio community newsletter. It started because I felt that residents had no idea what was going on in our township when problems started to arise. Rob Pattinson and I, along with his 92-year-old mother, attend every meeting, every township meeting, to educate ourselves, but also to share with residents through our YouTube channel and my newsletter. And I want to say, hi, Joe. One of those very important meetings that we've been attending is the Fire Services Guidance Committee. There has been much that they will be presenting you, and it's all very, very important. And I understand, Trustee Riser, about your concerns about the fire department and the police department. And I think when you hear the presentation, you'll understand why it's coming to you separately. And there are just a ton of things. Our fire department has been just barely funded. And going forward, this committee is going to show you how it has to change and how they feel it can change. And I'm very proud of them, watching them. It's an excellent group, excellent group. So I thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? I guess, Lance, that would be you. No. Anyone?
I have Joe Pattinson. With his hand up.
Rob?
First of all, I would like to thank Pam Boyd for making my mother laugh. Well done. And to add to the $107,108.58 that we have paid to Mike Homier and Foster Swift, we can add approximately another $1,200 for tonight's meeting, where we paid another $1,200 for absolutely nothing. And we will just continue to add to that bill. On a serious note, thank you, Patrick McLaughlin, for your service. You have waded into the shark pool and
Thank you.
and you got bites taken out of you, but you have survived, and thank you for the service. And thank you to our new, whoops, you have locked up. And thank you to our two new trustees, John Riser and Mark Brazeau. Tonight, you brought a lot of professionalism, a lot of interaction, a lot of thoughtfulness, and a lot of experience. And that is exactly what we have desperately needed on this board. And you have both come through with flying colors. Thank you, sirs. Very well done tonight. And congratulations to Jillian Carey. This will be an interesting new addition. And Supervisor Hathaway, Mark tried to talk to you tonight about some leadership issues, and you seemed to be more intent on defending your position than listening, but maybe reflect on some of what Mark said tonight. You have a chance now with this group to exercise your ability to build consensus. And that is going to be critical to the next 2 years. And I hope that you will try and take some of that in and maybe modify your methods a little bit to build consensus And good luck. Thank you all. Well done.
There's no one else? Motion to adjourn?
So
Moved by Riser, support by Brazeau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are adjourned at
29, baby.